That's perfectly fine. You'll be fine. Wasn't that bad at all. All righty then.
Oh, and we won that match, so.
Okay.
Oh, look, this is the full video. You see us running away?
Oh, what?
Run away. Run away.
Oh, you didn't see it, Kaito? Check it
Oh,
out.
I'm watching. I'm watching. It's popping up. Ah! Yeah.
Yeah, it was funny as shit because we were both like trying to get away, and she just. It's like that moment of Fast and Furious where I hit my nose too soon.
You'll be fine. It's not like the worst could possibly happen. It's all right.
Oh no, like I said, we still won, and it was funny as shit because I was like, I've gotten chills like, damn, Tristan, that's how you feel?
Like you just let me die. Hey, look, it is what it is.
But nah, it was fun. She apologized like, nah, that's good. And then right after that, I took that third shot for her, and I was like, damn, I deserve a raise for this shit. And she's like, I'm sorry. I'm like, no, it's fine. That one was on purpose.
Yeah.
The second one was just funny as shit.
If you play bot lane with me, I will gladly sacrifice you so I stay alive.
That being said, I had a game where my damn bot lane decided they were gonna jump in mid lane, die to the champion in mid lane, go to top lane, die to a tower in top lane, and then go to bot lane and die to the bot lane.
So what
And
you
then
mean to say is you had somebody who was inting.
No, they weren't even attacking. They just straight up showed up.
What does that mean?
Inting, it means when you are basically initiating combat just to die.
I mean, she didn't initiate
Why?
combat. She just walked into it.
Well, in the game, if you tend to die, you are basically doing two things that are very, very terrible. One, you're making the opponent stronger, and two, you are stopping the time that you can make yourself stronger in the game, because you naturally get stronger just from being in the game and being around the minions that die. So if you're dead, you can't do either of those things, and you're making somebody else stronger, which then creates a problem for somebody else.
Yeah.
Wait. And you guys do that on purpose?
Oh yeah, they were trolling.
Oh yeah, there are people that'll do it on purpose if they don't get their way. They feel like they didn't get to pick the character they wanted, or if the game isn't going their way, or as the jungler, if I'm not babysitting them and making sure they don't die because they just aren't good enough to not die without my help, then they get tilted and they decide they're going to try to ruin the game and make it end as quickly as possible by making the other team that much stronger.
Wow. That's
Yeah,
petty.
This person was doing it just to be a troll because, like I said, they did the first 3 deaths, and then they went AFK for like 10 minutes. And I was proud of myself because I wasn't even playing Morgana, I was playing Lux. And I was still holding off bot lane, which, as you said before, it should have been done anyways because I ain't got to share my experience.
Exactly. If you can just stay alive, you will slowly get stronger than both of them. It's a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful thing. And it'll
Which I did,
the other
but
team.
I mean, which I did, but their Yone got fed too. So when he came down, I got my ass whooped.
Yeah, for the Yone, you just Q and run. Ain't much you can do about a Yone.
Every time I seen him, I turn around and start heading the other direction.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, "Why don't you fight?" No, what the fuck you mean?
I ain't got shit to do with this man.
Shit, I'm about to give him all my lunch money from now until this game is over. I'm gonna shine his shoes. I'm gonna wash his car. Just don't kill me.
All right. So to get back to the game, do you guys need a recap of where things happen or where we left things off?
Always.
Always. Not the always.
Always.
I remember we were going undercover at this party.
I remember us being at a party, and that was it. And we had.
And I gave somebody. Yeah, I remember giving Sen a ton of money to gamble.
You gave me 50,000 to gamble because it's like 500 gold per hand.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you are at the Riverheart Mansion. What was that, Alex?
Thank you, Lance. I was just saying thank you. I didn't even ask, and you put your camera on. And thank you. I appreciate that.
You are welcome, because I realize as long as I don't have it up for the stream, I can put it on in the Discord and try to help you out. All
It does
right.
help.
But yes, you are all at the Riverheart mansion. And in the center of the room on a raised dais is where it looks like the high rollers are playing. There are multiple tables of other people moving around. The mansion interior has basically been converted into a large casino. And from what you can see, most of the people here seem to be on the side of looking human or a few elven. But there are some very notable people that certain of you would look out. Like Ruin, you would notice that sitting up there at the high table, all the people playing seem to have some type of bodyguard behind them. As you can tell, there was one man. Actually, there was one human-looking man. One woman, you would assume, just from her statue and shape of her body. And that looks female. And then there's a large minotaur where you're like, oh. Kind of stands out as he's in like the black and red armor, big-ass axe on his back. Just kind of standing there like it's whatever. Doing the thing that you do of surveying the room, like making eye contact with people, like, all right, assessing threats. You know the vibe. You've seen the type.
Oh yeah.
But all the people seem to be sitting roughly about 5 feet apart as they're kind of splayed around this table. And that's where you guys were kind of standing as you walked into all this lap of luxury, as one might call it. There's music being played. There's gambling and drinks that are floating around. Seems to be a time to be had.
Was there a plan for getting the mom out? I was dissociating a lot for the last session.
We're not even sure where she's at.
Yeah.
I had an idea, but I need to go get a drink real quick.
All right.
Yep. There goes Pyro.
Okie dokie.
I was going to say that I believe the plan that I remember was made is if Sin can get to her, he can get her away using Dimension Door.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
That while the grounds might have protections against dimensional travel, if he can't get it to work, as long as he can get outside of the grounds, then basically he can disappear into the night with her. Because he can travel 400 plus feet with it. So yeah, he can kind of just poof and then he's gone.
Exactly.
Now, what that means for the rest of y'all,
It just means I gotta fly the hell out of there and grab whoever I can.
also true.
I mean, Incog can fly on his own, so we ain't worried about it.
The fuck?
No, Talu can fly. That's it.
Talu cannot fly.
Some bullshit. Everyone knows
Motherfucker
he can fly.
Motherfucker can't even walk.
You can roll then, damn it.
Hey, look, it counts. It all counts.
I mean, you rolled down a hill, you took off flying from the Skysword. What more information do I need?
Look, everybody believes that you're just highly mobile, bruh. That's it.
I don't know if I believe that, but I believe everybody else believes that.
All right, Mac.
I'm still on the fence. I'm a little skeptical, but I know what I've seen with my own 2 eyes.
See, there you go. That's the spirit right there. Anything is possible. So yes, you're all standing kind of in the entryway as there are people coming around. There is what seems to be some type of doorman that's wearing what you can see seems to be a kind of uniform. It's kind of black with kind of like dark blue navy stripes down the side, and seems to have what looks to be some type of heart that seems to have a river running across it, a river heart, because why not be extra with your emblem? And it just seems to offer to be able to take any coats or any garbs that you want to have it checked.
Yeah.
I think most of our garb is pretty ostentatious. So I don't think it really works unless we have all of it. At least that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting from what you described, theory you gave us.
Oh yeah, it's as extra as fucking possible.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. I know I had an idea for how to get Wanda's mother out. The idea being that Luna and Wanda were going to actually have to find her in the first part, but it would essentially be The easiest way that I can think of is to have her blend in with the staff to get to the main floor. And then once we have her from there, it's just easy enough to get her to the front door and then,
Poof.
yeah, make a scene of
Alright.
some sort.
I ain't playing no more damn music.
I mean, yeah, you already done played it fine. You went to jail.
Yeah, and that
Oh
shit,
yeah, that was.
At
that
that
shit
point,
adds. That shit adds up too.
I can see it now. Ruin walking around. Talu was a prison bitch.
Remember,
Actually, he
we
never-
have code names. It's no longer Talo.
Actually, he never made it to the prison.
That is also true.
Ruin don't know that. He just knows you were getting arrested. You were going to jail.
You went
Yep.
to the pokey.
Okay.
Hmm. I like it.
You know what? I worked there. I never heard it called that.
The
We're old
pokey.
timers. The good old pokey, because you're pokey.
The slam.
It works on many different levels.
It does.
That's right. Talu is Galileo. Galileo. Wanda is Karina. Luna is Haley.
Galileo.
Sid is Quasar.
Yeah.
Aster.
Yeah, we are all technically part of the, quote, Aster crime family.
Exactly.
And I am Linkus.
We are a business association.
Yeah, we got legal papers now.
That's true.
Yes.
What we did in the past don't mean jack. We're a legitimate business. No matter how many bodies we put in the water.
Businessman.
But yeah, the,
What's this wee shit?
No, but hey, you bodied the shit out of people. I don't know what you're talking about.
yeah. But yes, the Aster crime family is who we are posing as.
And apparently we're supposed to be... Our demon contract is Abraxas.
Which we are
Yes.
not saying his name.
Correct.
It's one who does not wish to be named.
Hmm. Exactly.
What the fuck is my pen?
Pocket?
He prefers serpents, secrets, and magic.
Yep. So falls kind of more naturally in your whole way. But while you're actually sitting there, you see the person's kind of looking at you like, so can I not take anything from you, my lords? With a smile.
Ro's gonna shake his head.
I'm just gonna grimace.
I'm saying,
Like-
oh yeah, that's right. I forgot you got that freaking belly button all the way up. Open.
Yeah, what the fuck is he gonna take from me?
Hey, look, it is what it is, Pippin. And as you do so, you see him kind of like bow down to you, like to like take your hand and give it like a kiss, sin, kind of like as a sign of like fealty. And then you just hear him whisper, "How about you don't stand in the doorway like some dumbasses and go mingle, people? Act like you've been here before."
Is that Xavier?
It is
No.
Seryu.
It's Seryu.
Seryu.
Oh,
I'm just going to whisper back to him, your taste in clothing is questionable.
You
And I'm just going to
You
walk
just start to
past.
hear him chuckle like,
Wait a minute. If we're in the... No, Rowan's not gonna do nothing. It crossed his mind to knock him over.
But I was the only person that heard that.
But he carries on with the drinks, and you see him kind of come up to some lady that's standing there, offers it off to the side, kind of moving around.
I could have swore we took drinks from him.
Bedtime.
You did have some drinks, but he came to bring over more drinks.
Oh.
Yeah, I would not have.
I was like, yeah, that's right. Forgot. Yeah, babysit it.
Giving you the head nod to move
Right.
back into the place. But sounds are going on around you. The place is picking up. It sounds lively. Other than up at the high roller table, they seem very disinterested. Like, whatever. As there are 2 empty seats up there.
Can I
I'm
wander off
definitely
to a table?
No,
Then-
you're supposed to stay next to me.
Are you sure you don't want the freaking smart guy with the mesmerist spells to help you out? Since all I can do is just stand there.
Well, currently, I'm fairly certain they'll know if we magically tamper with anything.
Eh.
Also, for right now, I want you and Talu next to me.
Well,
Wanda
we're not
and
going to
Luna.
we're not going to the High Roller stable anyways right now.
Along with me?
No, you and Luna. Well, you are Luna. Sorry, you and Wanda are going to go, kind of just get a preliminary scout. Talu and I are going to be watching the High Rollers table for a bit more of an insight, hopefully to find some tells and maybe formulate somewhat of a strategy or at least a plan to follow, so I don't lose all of the money immediately. And Ruin, I'm hoping you can kind of spot guards and maybe a flaw in their security. Then we actually disperse. You can kind of circle the area but keep an eye on me. Talu can go with me to the table, and then hopefully Luna and Wanda can sneak off and go find your mother.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Fine.
You can do it.
And from this point forward,
Yes.
the
Code
code
names.
names would be used. So Linksys
Sabrina.
Linkus.
and Linkus and Galio, you two can stay with me for now. Karina, Haley, you are free to wander the main floor.
Free to wander.
Free to wander, but don't get plastered.
I mean,
I'm
the
going to
drinks are all
gamble for a
free
little while.
at the moment, so you're good.
I can gamble for a little while first.
Of course,
Is
if you
that
want to
what
step to
I
one
mean?
of the tables.
Of course.
Are you stepping up to one of the gambling tables?
Yes,
Do
one I can use my gambler skill with. Okay.
Okay. Well, as a gambler, you would know that this gamble is basically called High Roller, where you get 3 D6s and the dealer gets 2 D20s. But if you do an elevated roll, you get 4 D6s and you just have to beat the dealer.
How do you play an elevated roll?
Basically,
You pay
just-
more, right?
Yeah, it costs double.
Okay.
Games here are 100 gold apiece at this table.
Okay. How much is elevated?
Elevated would mean that it's 100 gold if you want to do elevated. Otherwise, it's just 50 gold per hand.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do 100 then.
And
But let's go around to what everybody else wants to do first. I'm sorry, I feel like
of course, I plan. It's perfectly fine, ma'am. I'm running things here. We're good.
I'm sorry. You're right. I'm sorry.
So that'll give you an idea. So if you want to do that, you're going to need 4 D6s to roll. Alrighty then. For the rest of you, it sounds like Sin, you and Ruin are trying to scout out the high rollers table.
Talu and I want to scout out the High Rollers table. Ruin doesn't particularly know too much about gambling, to my knowledge.
Facts.
No. Ruined his life.
Perfect.
So he's wandering around.
Hallelujah.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna wander around looking for holes in security and whatnot.
Okay, easy enough for you to try to start tracking people on patrol, which people seem like they're working,
see
which
it.
people seem like they're not. Shit like that.
Let me see it.
Yeah.
All right, so perception check from you, my dear Ruin.
Oh.
And I would say sense motive checks from Talu and Sin.
That's a 19 on my end.
Nice. From what you can notice, there does seem to be a heavy set of guards seem to be rotating, but they seem to be stiff. Like you notice they seem to walk with almost like a sort of stiffness that you don't see from the other people. But they also don't seem to be paying overt attention. They just seem to be looking for anything that seems like it's out of pocket or someone stepping out of place. But there are guards that walk past you that don't glance at you twice.
All right.
My sense motive is 15 plus 6 for a 21.
All right. With the 21, looking over at the top table, from what you can see, just kind of trying to get a feel of them. They seem to look like they know each other, or at least they seem to be speaking with each other for the most part. But they don't seem to be overly amored with anything. From what you can see of the people that's playing, though, you see that one of them is a woman that's playing. Also has the woman that seems to be guarding her. She's wearing a kind of kimono-style robe and seems to have Asian features. Same for the man that's sitting next to her, who, from what you can tell behind him, looks to be a full-ass ninja in full uniform that's just standing there at attention. And then the last guy seems to look like a much larger man, but more... looks to be less of Asian features and more of maybe from Mongolia, from further north. It seems to have a slight modern features, but he's much larger, more of a bear-like man from what you can tell. From the way he's sitting and with the tufts of hair that's under there. Think more Zangief from Street Fighter. That's a better visual of what he kind of looks like with the beard and all that. And he's the one who has the huge-ass Minotaur behind him.
That man is an absolute unit.
Right.
Especially when I'm standing next to him.
He's not as physically cut as Zangief, but that level of size. But
Okay,
the Minotaur looks like a whole ass unit. The Minotaur looks like it could fuck up everything in here with a deep breath.
It looks like Zangief on top of Zangief, just freaking fused together.
Exactly. That man looks like all the beef. Possible.
So, do you want my sense motive?
Yes, sir.
Do you have my my character sheet open?
What? I gotta have your
Actually,
character sheet.
No, I'm asking because.
Heavy fate?
Nope, too late. I already rolled. My total is a 5, which my sense motive is a +4.
Correct.
You rolled on that one.
You son of a
man.
bitch. You screwed me.
No, I mean, I don't. My perception doesn't fuck with yours, so.
No, I was gonna say you try best you can kind of get a look at the guys that are up there, like. You know, you kind of see like the woman, like you see their eyes kind of lock with yours for a moment. You think she wants you. She seems to have that look at you like, okay, that's exotic. The big Minotaur guy, you don't really get much from. You don't seem to get much from. Like, it takes you a minute to realize that it's alive and not a statue. Like, oh, shit.
That's real fun.
Damn.
And as far as the person that's in the whole, like, ninja outfit, you're like, oh, okay, that's cool. I read about those.
Oh, my.
God damn it.
Tony's just gonna keep staring like, the fuck are all these things and people? She's hot, but like, what the fuck's with the rest of them?
Oh yeah, it's a whole thing. Speaking of which, Wanda, what are you doing?
I'm trying to kind of, I don't know, just play the part. Play my part. But like not stand out. I'm sticking next to Haley.
Cool. So you're sitting over there at the gambling table with Haley for High Roller. And it's great. Basically, you get to roll half your dice first, and then you get to bet and see if you want to add any more to it. And if you do, you can go up higher. And people can bet on you also.
God damn.
Which the messed up part about the betting is other people get to bet on you, then you get to bet whether or not you're continuing or not. And if you choose not to, everybody loses their money.
Damn.
I was like, dick move.
We can make some enemies real quick, man.
Exactly. It's a game that only rich people can afford to play and fuck around like that with.
I wanna eavesdrop actually. Just kind of listen to people's conversations.
Okay. If you're just listening, just gradually as you listen around to people, you can hear some people talking about it's like, well, the Riverhearts can throw a party, though. These tables must be rigged. I've won nothing all night. You hear somebody else respond, well, that's funny. I've won at least 3,000 gold so far. I've only been here for an hour. Maybe it's just your luck, old man.
Oh, damn. Poor old guy.
She's saying old man to a guy that like has barely any silver hair at all. Like he has the salt and pepper, but looks to be fairly young and well dressed, and just seems to be shrugging it off as he's grabbing another drink. You do hear somebody else kind of looking around like, where? Don't see the host anywhere. It seems weird to have a party and the host aren't there. And you hear a woman like smack his hand as he goes to like get a little bit too friendly with her leg. The host has to make an entrance, you bore of a bastard.
Awesome.
And you just hear him kind of reach in like, I like it
That's
when you
it.
talk dirty to me. Yeah.
Yeah. I got the hand stuck in my head. Talk dirty to me.
Yep.
Shudder.
But yes, those are the people that seem to be sitting around the table that you're playing at. As it looks like the lady who is saying that she's been winning is on what looks to be a win streak.
Oh boy.
Whole ass win.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'll try to continue to blend in and kind of passively pay attention to what's going on in the other people's lives.
You see her go ahead to set the roll, and she goes and puts down another 100 gold, and other people seem to immediately put in 100 gold to bet on her. And then she like crackles her fingers. She kind of looks over at you, Luna, and says, "Are you going to join, dear?"
Oh yes, thank you. I roll. I said yes.
And as you kind of sit there, she's like, "It's 100 gold to join the game, darling."
There we go. I put 100 down.
And then you see the dealer kind of look at you as you set the money down. Are you betting for the roller or not?
Oh, I thought I was rolling myself.
Yeah,
No, the woman, she's still rolling. Kind of like, I think of it kind of like craps. She's still going until she decides to pass the dice.
Okay. I will bet for her.
All right. And she looks at you and says, "Excellent." And she goes to roll. Her first rolls are, she gets a 7 with her first roll. First 2 rolls. Versus a 16. Which she kind of looks at and says, well, that's a little unfortunate. As the guy's laughing like, ha ha ha, good luck, huh? You see him kind of laugh. She's like, "You did bet on me, remember?" Fuck.
Oh.
And then you see her you see people go around the table, and it comes to you first, Luna. Are you going to bet on her, or are you going to forfeit your winnings? And you have to also match your previous bet to stay in.
So I gotta bet 200.
You have to bet another 100 if you want to stay in the pot, or you just forfeit it and fold.
I think she wanted to bet.
I'm gonna bet for her just cause, give her that spirit, maybe that luck.
Okay,
That's
you drop an extra hundo down, like, I'm betting for it. She kind of gives a nod and says, "Someone believes in me."
Of course.
And she kind of looks at the guy and says, "So are you going to bet on me or not?" And you see him kind of grumbly, like, reach down and see him drop another 100 gold coins down also. Everybody on the table bets for her, so that's another 1,000 gold slapped up there. Well, 1,000 gold total out of the 5 of you. And they go to roll their other die. Ooh, that is their second one matching their first. Altogether is a 15 total. And the second die for the dealer is a 14, so they got a 30 to that 14, and they win.
Who wins?
The dealer. You lost your money.
Okay.
200 gold slapped down the drain.
Yep.
Shit happens, man. I'm alright.
She just gives it a nod and says, well, it was fun while it lasted.
Oh, well.
And with that, you see her kind of take the dice and slide them over to you to her left and says, "You would be the next roller."
Alright.
So if you're going to go in, kind of looks and says, "Do you wish to roll 3 or 4 dice to be elevated, ma'am?"
I'm gonna be 4.
100 gold, please. And you see as you put it down, everybody else kind of slaps it down. You see that guy slap down and says, 100 gold against her. Can't be losing all my money on women.
Wow.
I'm gonna stare into his soul, bro.
Dear God.
Roll an intimidation check.
Oh my god, yes, please.
No, ducklet.
Fighting the patriarchy. Look at you.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And probably just some drunk dude with no sense of
Control.
Yeah.
It's a dirty 20.
He kind of looks at you, like, hey, are you trying to pick a fight with me, young lady? I will double down that you will not win this game. And you see the woman next to her just says, 100 gold for the roller. As things go past, it was like he thought he had like a moment, and nobody seems to be paying him any attention. Like,
like all that bravado for nothing.
Mm-hmm. As everybody else is focused on the
Right.
deal in the game, he the only one that's like standing up, like, ha ha ha, like, oh. You see him kind of like waving at somebody, like with another drink to like start to slow down. And with that, you get to roll 2d6 and see what you start with.
18? Wait.
Just 2d6, ma'am, not 3.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're all good. Mm-mm.
This. Not 2d20.
Nope, you get to roll 2d6.
No, I know.
Mm-hmm.
I was just automatically going for the d20s.
Shame.
2d6. 7.
Trying to
What,
roll a
7
loaded
total?
dice.
Not a problem. You see that you got a 7. They also rolled a 7.
What? Nice.
Nice.
So with that, you hear the guy all of a sudden as the betting begins to turn around, he says immediately, I will double down. And you see him take out another 100 gold and slap it down against. Which you see other people at the table just all go ahead and put their 100 gold back for you. And says, then we shall continue. He said, I said to double down, remember? And he says, but sir, you only put down 100 gold. You did not double your bet. You kind of see him like look down and look back up like, oh, of course. Yeah. You see him reach back in and put down a second 100 gold, which now you all have to bet. You have to add another 100 gold if you want to stay into the pot or not.
Okay, I add.
All right. And you see that everyone else adds. He's like, oh, so you're all against me, huh? I'll take you all on. That will commence the round of betting unless there are any more bets to be placed. As this is an open table, there is no limitation on the betting. You hear the guy, you can almost see, because you're paying people watching Wanda, you can almost see the wheels start to turn in his eyes. And he's like, I bet 2,000 gold. And he kind of looks over at Luna like, ha, if you don't got that, then you can't even play and I win.
Why do you like it?
To which you see the others, like the others beside him, all put down an extra 2,000 gold. He's like, oh shit. And it's like,
I do the same.
Yeah.
And so you put it down. It's like, oh,
So that's 2,000
300.
or 300. 2,300. Okay. Hold on one moment. Let me just write this down.
Not a problem.
Man doesn't realize what table he's playing at.
You know, nobody said all Oparans were cool.
I feel like this dude is stupid drunk. Like he's at the point of being drunk where he's making dumbass decisions.
Facts.
Or he's just a misogynist with a fragile ego.
I mean, a little bit from column A, a little bit from column B.
Gotcha.
Maybe
I mean, the
maybe
drunkenness
not.
brings it out.
And with that, you get to make your next roll. Roll your other 2d6s and add it to your first one and see what you get.
Is this man from here? Or is he like a tourist?
He looks to
like
be
a tourist.
he looks to be Oparin, or at least he's dressed like an Oparin.
Okay.
And I had a 7, right?
You originally had a 7, yes.
Yeah, that's a 17.
Okay, you got a 17 total.
Yeah, I rolled a 10.
Nice. With that, as the die roll for the dealer comes to a stop, you see it roll past 12, then a 7, 10, 6, 14, and then you see it lands with a 15 up, which gives the dealer 22. And you hear the guy go, ha ha, that's right. Yes, I win. And you see that He gets to get his money doubled out as is parsed out by the dealer with his pile of gold, as the rest of y'all's are taken. You can see the rest of the table kind of look over at you, Luna.
I'm gonna go again.
Go ahead. Nobody seems angry. They just seem to be waiting to see if you're passing the dice and rolling again. And
I'm gonna go again.
He gives you a nod and says 100 gold, miss.
Hold on. Let me do my math. I just need to figure out how much I have left.
Big bank take little bank. My man's and them just came off. And as you trying to sit there and like, getting ready to do it, he's like, I am Boris, the best of the best. No one can beat old Boris.
Excuse me.
And then you see him,
100.
you see him start to reach his hand back over to her and says, and you would like Boris too, yes? And she smacks his hand without looking again. Then you see him kind of like lick his hand like, ooh.
The fuck is wrong with this dude?
Hey.
I'm just gonna watch them just to make sure he doesn't do anything again.
It seems to be a common thing that she looks at him, and that seems to be the pattern that they work with.
Like they know each other,
Yes,
or
by the way that they're talking with each other, they seem to know each other because she's addressing him as Boris.
Okay.
He's a regular.
They both seem to be playing at the table and seem to know each other.
Okay, cool.
As one of the other guys across the way is like, Boris, you'd never learn, Boris. You see him kind of turn to the woman. It's like, a woman as amazing as Natalia will never give you the time of day.
Word, I say in character.
And you just hear Boris says, I don't need her time. I just need a day.
But time's in a day.
You're gonna keep on needing, my bro.
Look, when you're drunk, shit ain't gotta make sense.
Boris's intelligence isn't very high.
Nope, not at all. Not in the slightest. But as we found out in the world, when you have inherited money, you don't have to be particularly intelligent. As long as you have enough to not run out quickly. So yes, with that, another round starts up and everybody bets. And with that, with your 100, you get to go ahead and roll dice. You get to go ahead and make your roll.
I had another 7.
This time they rolled a 16.
Ew. Okay.
And then it comes down to another round of betting. And looks at you, miss. As everyone else bets in on you, except for Boris, who bets against you still.
Just 100?
Just 100.
Okay.
And then you see Boris kind of wink. And he says, I will raise it with extra. And you see him put down it's like an extra 900. That is 1,000 gold, little girl. Can you play with Boris, huh?
Oh, God.
And you see Natalia and the others all roll their eyes like, oh, God. this motherfucker here.
Quick, somebody hit him in the dick. And not the good way.
So ideally, you'd have to put down an extra 1,000 gold total. So you'd have a bet of 1,100.
Okay, thank you.
I'm about to drop my wallet.
I'll do that.
Okay. And everybody else matches. Like, you're going to make Boris rich, little girl. Dealer, roll the dice, as the dealer was getting ready to do anyway. But Boris wants to feel like he's in charge. All right.
You had to yours,
Go ahead and roll your other D6s.
Those are both 6s. That's a 12. Oh, wait.
So 12,
19.
7, 19.
19.
Well, I have good news. Boris kind of looks in shock as the dealer's dice pulls up to a 2.
Nice.
Which is an 18.
Nice.
So with that, everyone at the table kind of claps like, yeah. You see Boris kind of like, he's gabuskiet, which you understand in Oparadwanda is bullshit.
So how much do I win?
Yeah.
You just won an extra 1,100 gold.
So I get mine and what I bet.
Whatever you bet is what you get back.
Yeah, so you got, instead of, you bet 1100, you won an 1100 on top of the money you get back.
Thank you. Okay.
That is correct. So altogether, you won 2,200 gold.
Yeah, but you're still down, I think, what is it? 1200.
A grand. I'm still down a grand. That's
You're
okay.
down 1200.
Yeah.
With that, and the people seem to look to you and says, "Ma'am, are you willing to make another roll?"
Is there something where I can use my gambling skills, like the skill gambling? Because that's what I want to do. I just wanted to try to make this guy upset first before I moved on.
You're looking to try to use your skills as gambling to manipulate the situation as a gambler.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay. Well, with that, roll a gambling check.
See, at this, I would put you in like a poker game or something, like Liar's Dice or something like that.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
In reality, I know what you would do to piss him the fuck off. You would just say, let it ride. Meaning, if he wants to play, his initial buy-in is 2,200 gold.
Correct.
And to just basically say, fuck off.
Basically,
Yeah.
you just challenge
Do it.
his propriety and manhood by saying, if you really got the money, player, let's roll. As you know, he's been on the losing streak. Your game was actually the first one he's won tonight.
Yeah. Kind of one of those
Damn.
you were walking into the ocean, and he was already halfway out, and when he was being an ass, you just got back out, went to the end of the dock, and just jumped right in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I got a 25.
Okay, nice. With that kind of reading the room, you can already see that the other players seem to be in support of you. And you feel like, kind of with like a kind of look, you can give a collective nod that you guys think that you can actually punish this guy and get him to lose out his money.
Nice. How?
You feel like you have their support where they'll follow your lead if you want to push at him. But
Just
I'd say if you want to make actually with your gambling check because you got a 25, I'll give it to you because he's intoxicated. You feel like if you poke at his pride as a man, that he will feel that he has to come up with the money and have to be able to pay. That he's going to respond to whatever challenge you do. Now, if you're looking for an edge to beat the dealer, that's different. But you can beat him as a gambler by making side bets.
put
I-
up
can I do
40,000
both?
gold.
You'd have to pass
Can I-
the night.
You definitely could if you want to make a side bet to him while you bet that you'll roll above a certain amount. And you feel that you can probably talk him around in circles because a side bet has nothing to do with the dealer and the table in the house, so they don't care.
I'm gonna do that.
It can be as shady as fuck as you want it to be.
I'm gonna do that, but I need ideas for shadiness because it's late and I'm tired.
Okay. Well, I can say that the easy way, you can just bet him that you'll roll above a certain number.
Okay.
Bet him you roll above a 6.
You got the idea that whatever you challenge him to, he's going to say yes just because he wants to prove he's better than you.
Yeah, I'm gonna bet I can make over a 10 or a 12.
And he kind of just
Something
looks
more realistic.
I mean,
ahead.
either of those are realistic. He just looks at you and says, you bet you can get a 12. Little girl,
What
wants
does
to,
he mean?
Or on
little
just the
girl
first
wants
bet.
to bet against me?
Like on the dot, or does he understand on the dot, or like more than 12? Because that's what I said, is more than 12.
I mean, ideally, you can clarify that to him.
Yes, I bet that I could roll more than 12.
Boris will bet against you, little girl. Any amount you want. Boris on money unlimited.
What should I start out with? Because I have to also bet how much I have, right?
You also have to make your bets on the table, but you can assume that if Boris is betting against you in this way, he's probably not going to raise the bet at the table. So at most, you'll need 200 gold to play.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
Okay?
Like 1 second.
One.
One.
Mrs.
Right? I knew you guys were gonna do that.
Look, she said 1 second. Look, and then clarify it just 1 second. That ain't on my fault, okay?
Put it up, please.
Don't be rude.
That's what you
What
said. What you mean?
I was about to say the same thing.
I don't give a fuck what I said. You know what I meant.
Not only that, you reiterated 1 second. Like,
Exactly.
as if it was gonna be literal.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a
Right?
fuck.
How you gonna blame us for what you did?
I don't give a fuck. Because I can. Because I want to.
Doesn't mean
No.
you have to sit here and take it.
Fuckingup.com.
Damn.
Alrighty then.
You're
So
right. You're
You
right.
got your roll on player.
That's what we do.
Oh, I do have to roll, huh?
I mean, generally, that's what you do in a dice game where you roll.
Oh, really? Oh, is that right?
I mean, it's what you've been doing. I don't know why you think it would change at this point, but hey, man. Pimpin'.
I got a 12.
All right, so with that, you put down your money. How much did you bet him? Because you didn't say an amount.
Oh, well, I would say how much I had won. The 22.
You bet him the 22?
Yeah.
Okay, he gladly says, I bet little girl 22. And with that, you roll out the 12, which the dealer rolls an 8.
Oh, nice.
It kinda
Well,
gives
that
him-
doesn't mean shit.
It kind of gives a look to you as the rest of the table starts to snicker and says, Boris, you owe little girl 2,200 gold. I can see, Natalia. Boris can see dice here on table. Well, at this point, you already have won 2,000 net gold, no matter what else happens in this game.
Well, that's what I spent. So I earned what I spent back. That's something. Hold on.
Yep.
Let me make sure I add that.
That's true. You got an extra. Technically, you'd be up now because that would have given you an extra 22.
You're up 1,000.
Yes.
Yeah, so you're up 1,000 right
Yeah.
now,
Mm-hmm.
but you have on the table 100 gold.
Math. Gambling is addictive, especially when you start winning.
You know what?
It's
you know what
not
messed me
even
up?
gambling. Go ahead.
I was say, you know what messed me up? I went to Brazil, and I went to a casino. I went down and sat in front of the slots. What fucked me up was it looked like a video game. So I started like, even though I went like way up, I only put a 20 in. I ended up getting up to like 300, but my dumb ass played so I hit 0. It was to me, it was like a fucking video game. I was gonna play till my life was over.
God damn it.
So I ran out of lives.
You ran out of your 20.
Hey.
I mean, it was just a 20 compared to what other people. You know.
Everyone else putting like hundreds and shit, and you're like,
Oh yeah, dude. I got back to the ship and people were like, "Man, I lost so much money." I'm like, "I lost 20." I was up like 300 at one point, but then I lost that too. So, all I did was lose 20.
Shame. All right, back to you, Luna. As you got this out here, are you going to continue the round? All right, you put down your second 100 gold, and you get to make your next roll as everybody else also puts down 100 gold.
Okay, I'm gonna say.
Including Boris, who still bet against you.
Okay. I'm gonna tell him. I bet you. How much? Okay, how number 12. I got 12 already. 20, 12, 16.
Okay. He immediately-
I bet you I can hit 16 now.
I accept your bet. How much are
For
you betting?
4,000.
Easily bet 4,000. To which you see someone else betting. It's like, Boris, I like to bet on the girl. As Natalia kind of looks on, it's like, what would you bet, Natalia? I'll bet you 100,000 gold that the girl will win.
ah!
I don't have to bet that, do I?
You do
No,
not.
not between them. That is a personal bet.
This
Yeah,
is a
but you
personal
like-
bet. And
Alright.
what you hear Boris kind of go, the 100,000, and you hear one of the other guys say, yeah, Boris has money unlimited. Of course, Boris would not dare not accept the bet.
Damn, poor Boris. I feel bad for this dude at this point.
This man's getting reamed.
Boris accepts the bets. All bluster gone from his voice. You see him just reach over and grab a drink from a waiter just going by and just downs it. And then grabs
He's a
the
beat
second
man
one.
at this point.
Right? Oh my goodness.
And you get to make your roll, ma'am.
You better make above 6.
Bro,
What you got?
I feel like I'm cheating, bro. I got a 12.
Nice. You got the max amount you can get, which is an instant win.
24.
Which
Ooh.
technically, a 24, if you can get max on every die, is an instant win. It also counts if you happen to play 3 of them. If you can get an 18, it's an instant win.
Oh my god. Did I get a 12 last round?
You did.
Did I? Oh shit.
Yeah.
You got 2 12s. That's
That's
it.
correct. You instant win the round automatically, which the others all clap. And you see that Boris is not even turned around, look back at Natalia behind him. You see him kind of like put down the 4,000 gold to you, like you win, you play very well.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then all of a sudden you see over his right ear, moving a little quicker than you'd expect from her, all of a sudden you just hear, Boris, I'll be by to collect my money tomorrow. And you see
That's so
Boris'
beautiful.
eyes kind of go like a little wide. It's like I feel no good. The cold. And you see Boris walk off.
Right, the cold.
Right. Mm-hmm.
The cold.
As a gambler, this is the moment you walk away. You made her a lot of money. You leave
Oh, no,
on
I
good
know.
terms.
I know. I'm leaving. I want to start looking around to see just the area and whatnot.
You
Pass
see
the
her
dice.
as you go to stand up, she actually calls out to you and says, "One moment." And she stands up. And then she stands up, she kind of comes over to you and says, "My name is Natalia Lena Antonov."
Hold on.
Antonov.
Hold on, you're gonna have to.
I will.
You're gonna have to tell me.
I got you. I wasn't gonna set you up for the failure.
Alright, please.
Matter of fact, I'll even be nicer to slap it down.
In the Discord.
I mean, I was actually snapping it into the Twitch just because I had the Twitch up, but you know what? You can also slap it into the Discord.
Double down.
Antonovna. Bam. Oops, I misspelled. It's supposed to have been Lena. Oh well, that happens. Oh, my eye, ow, why my eye? There you go. Now it's in the Discord.
How much did she win? 100,000.
She won
She got-
100,000 gold from your bet.
That's beautiful.
Mhm.
I feel so accomplished. Power to the women, my dude. Oh my goodness.
And then she kind of
Fuck that
stands,
guy.
and she hands you out her hand to like shake with yours. I would say you, Wanda, would recognize the name Antonovna as one of the noble families of Opara, like one of the old money.
Oh, my.
families.
Oh my, okay.
And she has very pale porcelain skin with ruby red lips and rose in her highlights, and long, dark, curly black hair that seems to curl down into this elegant waterfall down her back with it being braided slightly. And she's wearing a kind of, not red, but kind of a dark maroon sequined dress with the sleeveless with gloves.
Okay.
I take her hand and I bow to her with her hand in my hand as a respect thing, you know?
She just kind of like raises her eyebrows and says, that is unusual. You're not Oparan, are you?
No.
You do not have our accent, comrade.
Am I supposed to be from here? No,
No.
right? No. Okay, no. Good. I guess I'm not from here. I can't fake being from here. No, I'm not from here.
Very well. It is nice to meet you. You have done me a great service today.
Thank you. Of course. My pleasure, of course.
What is the name of you and your friend here?
I am Haley, and this is
Karina.
Karina. Thank you.
You almost fucked it up.
I was gonna look at my notes. Yeah.
Haley
I actually just
and
wrote it down in my notes.
Karina.
Yes.
And she kind of says,
Karina.
what brings you to Opara? To the Riverheart mansion of all places.
I am here with my family, who is invited to this beautiful occasion.
Oh. And she kind of starts to look around and says, and who is your family you are here with?
Ask the family.
I point to
Ask the family.
I point to Sin, and I'm like, that is the head of the Astor family. What's his name?
Notes.
I mean, she kind of is looking at you like,
There's Haley, Leo. There's they're all
Quasar.
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 they're
Where
all
are these
astronomy
notes?
names.
they're in the Discord, right above.
Okay, I
all
see.
that.
I see.
They're
Quasar.
all like astronomy names.
She kind of like laughs a little bit as you kind of like are trying to stumble through saying all of that. And says, well, if this Astor family has someone like you, that seems to be good family, Haley.
I would like to think so.
Maybe our paths will cross again. And you see her stand up, and the other two guys behind her stand up. And she says, gentlemen, I wish for some refreshment. And you can see them nod and say, yes, ma'am, as the people playing apparently also her bodyguards.
Nice. Wait, do they get the money too?
They did.
So they bet
Like all
against him?
They
So
did.
like he has to pay 200,000 or
Well, he doesn't have to pay the extra money to them. They just bet in the actual casino game. They didn't do the side bet.
Oh. Okay. They were just encouraging her when she was betting. That's
Very much so. They were playing the game
They're doing
socially,
what
is
they
what
were
I
paid
say.
to do.
okay.
Basically, they ran a hustle on my mans, and you just made it easier.
Yep.
Ran Boris up off 100 stacks real quick.
Nice. He deserves it.
Goddamn, po Boris.
Poor
He's about to
Boris.
get creamed.
hmm
Shit happens, my dude.
Hey, it
When
works.
you're a fucking dick.
Does she have any kind of a reputation I would know about?
I would say make a nobility check. What do you know about the
No.
nobility?
I have more money than I came in with, and I'm very happy.
Facts, but the night is
Wanda
young.
actually.
That is true.
And Wanda will actually know quite a bit about the nobility. That'll be a 25 total.
All right. With the 25 total, you know, one, that she comes from the old money, one of the oldest noble families around. Old school money, which is a good way to kind of look at it. Old fashioned, that her family is one of those families that's been one of the leaders of the Senate for ever and ever and ever. These motherfuckers have been running shit for the longest. That her family is one of those that are actually next to the royal family as advisors.
So it's like casually running into a Kennedy.
Yeah, kind of a good way to do it, like a Rockefeller.
Got it.
Well, I kind of feel bad that I helped the 1% say the 1% even more, and that makes me mad. But, like, at least she's a woman, right?
Sexist.
Wow.
Sexist as fuck.
I don't think that goes as that doesn't.
It's like that the episode of I don't know if it was the Black Lady sketch. They had an episode where it was the first female killer, that serial killer that they were investigating, and they were kind of happy about it. Yeah, that's
That's not
you know,
quite the
hold on. That is not. That is not
That's
That's
not the
what
thing to be happy
brothers
and okay about. That's not the.
And it happens to be that all she's killing is men. You know, power. You know, we're finally getting across that glass ceiling and
What the fuck kind of
What
glass ceiling are you making?
you know.
Feel like that's a
I-
glass
I-
floor
I-
that you dropped through, but okay, go on.
I'm sorry, I didn't know there was a male-female competition. Who killed more people?
Right? I didn't know it was okay for women to become serial killers and run off murdering men.
Well, why is it men are the only ones who get to be serial killers? That's not fair.
No one's
Because
saying
I
that
think
you're
the
only
point is
men.
no one.
But that's the reality of it, though.
Actually,
That's
hold on, pause. Why is it that women get so obsessed with serial killers and crime documentary dramas?
No shit.
That's because we're trying to protect ourselves most of the time.
No. I'm talking about they trying to be the wives of like Jeffrey Dahmer and shit.
Actually, I just meant
I'd say
the obtuse obsession with the murderers and their ways, not as in one way to avoid it happening to themselves, but just an almost tangible obsession of being intrigued by such people.
I'm
I
talking
wouldn't
about
say
they
that's the
romanticize them.
majority. I wouldn't say that's the majority of women I've had. The most conversations I've had and seen on TikTok of people explaining their obsession with true crime is to see how to avoid it or how to get away with something when they have somebody abusive and they want to like murder that person because the system isn't going to be like, oh yeah, you get to go free because you murdered somebody out of self-defense, because that's not how it works here. So
I mean, I can only speak for myself. I have not come across said women who have told me that is their reason. That
No.
include those with podcasts of it.
okay.
I mean, more so, it's usually romanticized.
Those are a whole nother batch of what the fucks.
I would say,
Yeah, definitely.
no more. I was like, no more.
I would say I was making a joke. I do not feel that way about serial killers,
Mm-hmm.
and it actually makes me quite upset when I talk about serial killers and when people romanticize them because the victims still exist. Yeah.
Facts.
All right, you're forgiven for now.
Until you come out of
As
pocket.
if she's not about to.
Wait,
As if she's not about to turn around and try to seduce a war criminal in game.
Right?
In game. That's the key word, bitch.
Time out again.
Nah, you're right.
Again, right? Don't forget that
Don't get
again.
me wrong.
I was gonna say that's the
I'd
key
be
point to
doing hella
remember.
shady shit.
Seduce a war criminal again.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong.
The key word is
Yeah.
in game.
Turn on and murder
In-game.
all her friends again.
In game.
Absolutely.
In
I mean,
game.
don't get me wrong. I would absolutely get up to my own fair bit of shady shit sometimes, but like, yeah.
Yeah, I know, bitch.
It's a pattern for you. It's a pattern for you.
Thank you.
Heavy
Thank you.
pattern.
Mm-hmm.
Betrayed
Thank
to get killed for a drow peen.
Jesus. Like I said,
Whole team been betrayed at the contest just so she can get a date.
Who got betrayed? Ain't nobody got betrayed.
Just so I can clap
the
them.
man who's broke, his heart you broke.
I mean, it's more just because Get Kith isn't that type of guy. It's too honorable. But let it be like a Syracuse type of guy. He'd have definitely manipulate all that. Like, yeah, bring your team here. We'll take them out. You guys forfeit. And then when I win, I'll take you out afterwards.
No, that's not how. That's not even how Shadow Star works, bitch.
I'm
That's
sorry.
not how
that's-
Shadow Star works.
I
That's
mean,
not how Shadow
I've
Star
heard stories.
Yeah.
Those stories were told by biased people. Of course, they were seen to make me look like a bad person.
It was a retelling of actual events. How could
By biased people.
With that being said, as we move through it, Ruin and Sin, you guys have kind of seen for a while. They seem like they're just playing normally up at the High Rollers table. Ruin, you've kind of noticed their pattern is kind of a loose, kind of circular pattern. They're kind of rotating through certain areas. But they don't seem to pay too much attention to anybody who doesn't draw attention to themselves, from what you can see.
All right. I'll go relay that information to quasar over here. It's like a quasar. They seem to be moving around on a circular pattern, kind of loose. Looking for
Okay.
trouble, but other than that, you should be able to, one arm should be able to slip by.
I'm not saying make the scene yourself, but I'm definitely saying make a scene and let them get an opening after you tell them.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh man.
Tip over a drink.
Do this thing.
like the way relay this complex information to them. That's a lot of words. It's a lot of plots.
Okay, well, Ruin's gonna, I guess, go grab himself another drink because I know he's finished his.
Yep.
And then head over toward the ladies.
Well, you can clearly seem to be talking to this other woman who's wearing kind of this maroon sequin dress.
Oh God. Okay, thank God. I was like, he said not make a scene. I'm like, all right, okay, good. I'm not gonna make a scene yet.
And as you walk over, he kind of looks over your shoulder, and you see that she's like looking at Ruin approach and says, "Oh, and who would this fine feathered fellow be?"
Ruin, of course, Ruin's gonna bow. And he's like, my name is Linkus of the Astor family.
She kind of gives a curious pause and says, "I'm curious. Do all of the Astor family bow when they meet somebody?"
This is
That's what she means. Probably.
at least from what I know, it is customary.
I'm beginning to like these Astors more and more.
Yeah, don't mean Talu.
Well, with that being said, I'm going to get more refreshment. I'll talk with you all later. Greetings and blessings, Astor family. She turns and walks off, with the two guys following behind her. And you're just left standing there at the table as a couple other people come over to start sitting down to play.
Okay, well, I will guide the ladies away. It's like, and I'll explain to them, like, the guards, they seem to be, they're a little kind of loose. You can walk past them. I'm gonna, since I'm gonna make a small scene, you're gonna use that as a window to try and slip by.
All right, y'all got that? Team, what, Hallie and Karina?
I didn't hear that. No, what?
No, I just got back.
Fail.
Oh. Dang.
Fail! I told you I was gone. What are you talking about?
I'm just talking
Well,
shit.
I literally just didn't get that
I
last
know.
bit.
I'm gonna make a scene, that way there's a window for you both to slip away, because the guards, they're kind of loose, they circle around, but as long as a scene's made, there will be a window
Alright,
that we can sneak off to.
ready. Let's do this.
All right, from where you stand, there's the main kind of area of the foyer that you're kind of in. And there's some smaller platforms and stuff, but there's a grand staircase that goes up. There's also doors off to the side that help to other rooms and things like that. You don't know what the layout of this place is because you've never been here before, so you have to figure it out.
Right? It's one of those things like that.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, so she's excluded.
All
Have
right.
I watched where, like, guards come in and out of or something, maybe?
Not so
Or-
much where they come in and out of. It seems like the guards are here that are kind of here. But from what you can see, they seemingly kind of go up and down the steps. They go around. They go out some of the side rooms. They seem to go kind of everywhere, but they seem to go at a very leisure pace. And they seem to not really engage with anybody as long as people are doing what they're supposed to do.
Okay.
All right, Ruin, how are you creating a scene?
Okay, alright, so I have my glass. I'm sorry, glass, I don't mean to empty you, especially without finishing you or starting to finish you.
Wait, should we should we go to the bathroom now?
Yeah, sure. Let's,
Well,
Yes.
you have to get into your suit, right? So we could I could get into.
Yes, we do. We do need to change. We shall.
Yeah.
We shall make an excuse to go to the ladies' room.
I mean, we could just go to the ladies' room.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It's not suspicious at all.
Ladies.
Ladies travel in packs.
Yep,
Yeah,
yep.
ladies travel in packs. Oh, let's go to the bathroom. Come on, you guys are.
Weird as fuck.
Mind your fucking business.
Oh god.
I never got there.
Neither did I.
Look, I didn't know
Yeah.
that I didn't know that peeing was a team sport. Okay, that's just the way
All I'm gonna say is this: one of these days, I'm gonna go. Me and Kaito, we're gonna go to dinner. I'm gonna dead straight up look at him across the table, but hey man, let's go to the bathroom real quick.
All right. That's exactly what you're hearing. All right.
I can't explain. It's okay.
You know
You know
what?
what I meant? You wouldn't understand.
Look, you can leave that secret to yourself of why ladies go
Thank
to the
you.
bathroom in groups. We do not
Thank
need
you.
the explanation. We just know y'all do
I
it,
mean-
and we don't understand it. It was just cool.
Okay. Good.
With that being said, you head off towards the ladies' room. And Ruin, you're looking around the room. What are you looking to do?
Let's see. With a 25 in perception, I'm looking for one of them more innate or inebriated. I guess males, like in one of the gambling area.
Oh, you easily spot this guy who kind of has like these kind of dark bluish robes. Is kind of like sitting there, kind of preening himself, and kind of like apparently has a glass in both hands. And you see that he goes to drink it, and some of it spills down his front, as he seems to be talking to himself, or kind of prostrating to this servant who doesn't look like they give two shits what he's saying, but looks like they're stuck here. So
I'm gonna head over there and engage with him. Like, hello.
hello, Birdman. You come to hear of Boris also.
Boris? Who is Boris? Wait, how come you have 2 drinks and I can only have 1?
Boris is important, Birdman. You do not know of Boris' greatness. As you see him kind of put his arms out, you see his drink splash over on somebody else who turns around like, "Vasco Scar."
Oh, he's about to start his own issue.
It's like, do you want another one? Because you look kind of empty right now.
Thank you, Mama, for explaining that, because that is something as a guy is foreign to me as a concept. Just because when I go to pee, I normally don't want people with me. But that makes more sense for ladies.
Tell them it's Mia, not
It's Mia.
Oh, yeah, Mia. My bad. I thought that was Mama Meow. I didn't fully look at the name. That's my fault.
Yeah, it's the Ruiner. She typed that in.
Yes, the Ruiner. Which is excellent. But with that, Boris is kind of
Yes.
I kind of looks at
Yes,
some
that's
other
exactly
guy.
why. I was gonna. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You don't
I'm
need
so
to-
sorry. It's just because when I say something is for protection, people often don't believe me, so I don't feel the need to express it when I've already been told that my reasons are not the reasons.
Tell other people to, well, I won't say exactly what they can do on stream, but they can
I
perform
will
a
say it.
physically impossible act upon themselves repeatedly without any lubrication for all I care about how they feel about it.
I mean, I'll say it out loud. I don't give a damn.
Mind your goddamn business, cock. Huh. But with that said, you see the guy kind of turns around and kind of look at him. And you see him kind of like pause as he realizes who threw the drink on him. And you see him kind of bows like, apologies. Like, that's right, you apologize to Boris. And you see it, Boris throws his other drink onto him.
The fuck?
Which this guy who kind of had like this, kind of like a cape, kind of nice, kind of tailored fitting suit. It was a little black and a few, looked like it had a few little military medals on it with his black hair sitting back in his olive skin. He's only about 5'6", or so it's kind of like wiping the drink out of his eyes.
Oh damn! You must be really important if you can spill your drinks all over somebody.
Yes, he should not have been where my drink would fall.
Okay.
The guy kind of gives a nod and says, "Apologies, Lord Boris." And you see him turn and says, "That's right." He puts his finger to his chest, and you immediately just see a fist come up and punch the shit out of Lord Portis.
It's like, oh no, this man has fainted. Somebody.
Oh, look, he slipped and fell and hurt himself.
While he's falling, if he isn't unconscious, Ruin is actually going to try a sleight of hand, push his head into the ground.
Make a sleight of hand check.
That
Oh
is-
wow! Oh wow!
Wow.
That
Boss
is
is not having a good night.
19 plus 6. That's a 25.
Ruin the guy that you do not want the help from. As you look like you're going to catch him, like, oh, what's wrong? You kind of just spin him around, like take his head and bounce it off the ground, where you instantly see consciousness leave his eyes. As you kind of hold his head, like, oh no, he seems to be unconscious.
Ruin's literally going to start waving at
Damn.
get some guards. Little help here. He hit the ground too hard.
Wow.
Bro.
I'm seeing perfect execution. I don't know what's wrong.
As you'll see, as the
Wow,
guards
that
come
was
running
good.
over, and
That
some
was
people come to grab him because
very good.
Boris is fairly important and came here without protection because he thought he was just that badass. There's about 4 or 5 guards that are trying to like help him up and like trying to figure out like how to grab him and like stuff like that. And they're slowly like getting him together and like picking up and dragging him out. Team ladies in the bathroom, you hear a loud commotion up there, like, oh, what's going on?
I've already turned into what's the smallest creature I could turn into? I can't turn into tiny things yet, can I?
Yeah, you can turn into small, not tiny.
What's small?
Become a
Ferret.
scarf.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do a ferret or a well, a fox is a little big.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
ferret.
I'll turn into a mouse.
That's tiny.
That's tiny.
Mouse,
That's
then-
tiny.
mice do count as
Right.
tiny.
Yeah. A ferret. Would I know what a ferret is? Would I know what a weasel? Would I know what a weasel is?
Basically, yeah. You've seen.
Okay,
them.
I'll
You
turn
know-
into a weasel.
You know basic animals because you lived in a basic area.
I mean, I asked and I was confused and I need clarification because
Which is all good.
it's okay. It's alright, yeah. A ferret. And then I'm gonna just climb into your pants and up into your shirt.
Pause.
I'm out.
I didn't realize it was that kind of stream.
Hold on.
Whoa!
Wait. I'm sorry, you're 15 minutes early. It's not after dark yet.
I'm an hour and 15 minutes early, apparently.
Right.
If you're
Well, they have a suit on. They have a suit on that I have to get into.
Yes.
They do.
I mean,
I
should
do.
have said pants.
I have to get into the suit.
2 hours and 15 minutes early if you're on the West Coast.
Woo. Look, okay, you getting those that look. If it was in Europe, it's after dark hours, so we'll count it. We'll count it.
Look out there.
Thank you.
Pathfinder
It's-
after dark. Where Opara is in Russia, it's going on like 5 in the morning, so it counts.
Look, it's Cinemax o'clock somewhere.
Skinamax.
Y'all are late.
Not good old Skinamax. All right, so
So yes, I will cast Vanish on us.
Wait, no. Okay.
Well, once we're situated and ready.
right once you got the the weasel all up in your weasels.
Oh, I thought you had the suit on already. So all you had to do was
I
you had to just take your outer clothes off and stuff it
I do.
into your bag of holding.
I did.
Very
Okay.
much
Well,
so.
I'm sorry.
Standing
But
there
I
in heels and an all black skin tight silken suit.
But
Yes.
I was just didn't understand why casting vanish, or is that the suit?
Make sure. To make sure.
Because
Okay.
that gives us extra stealth on top of what it gives me.
Okay, cool.
Very, very.
Thank you.
Because
I
it-
wasn't
it
trying to
raises-
say don't do it. I was
raises
just
my stealth. It raises my stealth skill by wearing the stuff I'm wearing, but I still can cast the spell on myself.
cool.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
You literally just disappear from like visual sight. Almost like an
Yeah,
illusionary
we
spell
become a
going on where
black
you
hole.
just basically almost don't seem to exist. And you're able to walk out as apparently it looks like down in the gambling area some body's getting picked up and lifted up off the way with Ruin standing nearby. But looks like there's no guards guarding the staircase up to the second floor.
All right, and that's where I head to is up the staircase, up the second floor. I definitely detect magic though to make sure there's no alarm. I'm about to trip running upstairs though.
Are you going to cast a spell?
Detect magic.
Okay. So you're doing that as you go around. To get the full effects of detect magic, you have to hold it over area for 3 rounds. If you just hold it out, you just detect something that may bring its magic.
Oh. Well, then never mind. We don't have that kind of time.
All right. We'll say that as you're coming down the stairs, all of a sudden, when you get up to the top, it splits off to go left and right. Are you going left or right?
Yeah, this got me in trouble last time.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Left got us in trouble last time?
Remember, like the first day, everybody went left, you went right.
Yeah.
And Aegis
I
Academy
mean-
ended up at the teachers' dorms.
But left also met us the void.
What?
Also,
No.
Violet,
I'm going left.
I chose left to go. I chose to go left in the shadows feld, and left is where the void was. Yeah, so I don't think that it matters if we chose specific ones. Just that what is in those directions at that moment. So we wouldn't know because we don't know this place.
You don't.
I go left.
Okay. As you go left, heading up the steps, you see that there is a woman coming down from the right side who seems to be looking down towards what's going on. Who's wearing kind of black dress with kind of a furred collar at the top, and a bit of straps. And then she's looking down, like for a moment, she like looks towards where you were, as almost if she could hear the sound that you made running. And kind of pauses for a moment, but doesn't see anything. There's a couple of guards behind her. She then begins to turn and walk down. And you hear trumpeter kind of give a burr, 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 burr. Lady Livia Riverheart, host of the evening, has arrived.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm gonna move out the way so they can just walk past.
Oh, you're good. They came down
Hold
from the
my
right
breath.
side. You went to the left. So as you were going up, they were coming down.
I see. Okay, got you.
That was lucky as shit right there.
We keep it moving. Yeah. I'm gonna keep it moving. Right, I needed a minute to process that bullet I just dodged. Like, oh my god, I almost went right to.
You almost ran directly into her. That shit would have been hilarious. But with that, as you go up the other side of the steps, there's a balcony where you can see this walking away. As it goes deeper into the house, you can see there's doors that appear on your left or your right. And the hallway ends in a T intersection that goes left and right also. There's 2 doors to your left and 2 doors to your right.
I'm gonna keep going until I start finding. Well, man, I don't even know where to begin.
Do you?
I'm gonna make a check, some kind of a check.
What type of check?
I'm gonna talk. I can talk, right? In animal form now. Yeah, I think
You
I
can.
can. I'm gonna be like, do you need help?
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
This is a big house.
You would have been
I'm
able to
gonna-
do that.
Very big house.
I'm gonna turn into the smallest bird I can turn into.
I mean, most birds count as small creatures.
A bat. No, I'm gonna turn into a bat. That's so cute. No, that doesn't make sense.
Hey, be a bat.
No, I can just stay a ferret and just go. I'm
You
gonna.
have a chance opening doors as a fairy.
Yeah,
Also true.
yeah.
Can you turn into something that has the scent ability? I did give you guys a scent article from whatever was on the back door. You might be able to.
Well,
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, your ferret should.
would a ferret have that? Yeah.
Let me double check.
Hold on. Let me look it up.
Let's say I know I have it as
No,
a
it's
fox,
so
but that's the only reason.
Alright, I'll be right back.
I'm not
Hey,
sure keyword, but I'm not bringing him in here.
Kind of hard to sneak a 6 foot tall
Yeah, that's
behemoth
not happening.
underneath the petticoats.
Yes, as a ferret, I'm gonna make the ruling as a ferret. You would have scent.
Cool.
Yeah, birds think all the time.
Oh, I'm gonna ask, do you have anything that smells like your mom? Maybe I can smell her down.
Maybe I might.
Oh, does the cloak itself smell like her mom?
You don't know.
That's a good question. But
Do you
I
have
assume
scent
it
as a
wouldn't because
vampire?
it's been in. Do I have what?
Scent as a vampire? Can you smell things as a vampire?
I do not.
Well, that sucks, my dude.
No, no, no.
I have scry, but that takes an hour and probably wouldn't work where she's being held. I have
Or
hands. I have hands. I'm gonna start peeking through doors. Well, actually, I'm assuming whatever door she's held behind is probably gonna be guarded, so I'm just gonna keep. I'm gonna go until I find some kind of like, I don't know, guarded door, dungeon area or something.
I would say it depends. If you're going up, you'd find locked areas, or if you're trying to go down, you might find locked areas. Or you can try opening doors. But as far as the scent, you do smell there's a slight different scent than Wanda that's on the clothing that you're inside of. But you don't sense that scent anywhere around you. Because by the rules of the scent score, it's kind of been a while since anyone would have been through here with that scent.
okay, I'm just gonna climb out of her outfit then and just hastily run ahead. Doing perception checks just to make sure I'm not like stepping on. Well, it wouldn't like cause me like trip any wires or anything because I can see them. So I'm at foot level. So I'm gonna just do a perception check just to make sure. Yeah.
Maybe a survival check. No, that wouldn't make sense.
Yeah.
Do all the checks.
What you got?
A perception is my for the weasel, or right? Or am I doing ferret?
You can do weasel.
They're different, right?
They're similar enough that I'm willing to accept it. I'll just put you as a big weasel.
Okay.
But I can tell you at the moment, you don't see anything like any tripwires, anything like that at your height.
Yeah,
She's
just
an
gotta
otter.
remember you don't see your shadow because you'll start trying to attack the floor.
Get out of here.
Nope. Shoot.
No, but I would use the perception of the
Creature,
weasel.
not your own, yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Because my ferret loved to do that. He
Well,
just
alright, I don't see anything, but I am going to continue up, smelling for this smell, smelling like through the cracks of the doors and whatnot.
Okay, make a survival check to see if you notice any scent.
And that would be the weasel.
Yes. Well, no, it'd be your
Right.
survival skills used with that because mentally, survival is your abilities.
Okay.
Yeah, ferrets always love to freak out and attack their own shadow.
I don't mind.
Well, I'm not stupid, okay? I have a
You have the intelligence score of a ferret.
humanoid brain.
I mean,
I'm
technically,
not
she's a druid. She does not. That'd be polymorph.
Ah,
She retains her
Okay.
mental stats. She changes her physical stats.
Correct.
lucky.
So
Not
That's
using
what you got?
that's a 30.
She still manages to hit her head on the floor.
You do. You sniff under the closest door that's to the right, and you do not smell anything like the cloak.
How many charges come in? How many
Oh, wait,
charges
I
come in
also-
my wand of knock?
Your wand of knock. If you want me to look it
Yeah,
up.
because I said I have it, but it doesn't tell me how many charges it comes with.
That's because it doesn't have charges.
I also wanted to smell that
Oh.
bag that the money was in. That was in the fern, not the fern. Nah.
I mean, you'd have to get Wanda to give you that, which shouldn't be a problem. If you're like, "Hey, bring me your money back."
Yeah, let me smell that money bag that was in the furnace in the fireplace.
The money bag?
Yeah, I just want to see if the smell
okay,
of
yeah.
that in this cloak, if in this cloak match.
Sure. I'll pull it out for you, yeah.
Does it match?
Stop.
That just came to me.
Does it
Damn
match?
it.
Yeah, it did. I'm going to hell.
Possibly.
You got a one-way
Yeah.
ticket. Incog, what are you talking about?
We're already here.
The reservations have been made.
Does it match? Wait, did he say give us a second? He probably
No,
did.
it does. I said that, but you were
Okay.
in the middle of laughing.
Okay, my bad. Yeah. Alright, good. I'm gonna continue on then. Ahead of her.
Okay. So you have the scent now, or at least you would assume what the scent would be, as the scent from
Yeah.
the bag matches that of the clothing.
Yes.
But as you're going around, you are not picking up the scent anywhere, which is kind of probably frustrating. You run on your little legs, and Wanda, you're just walking behind this little ferret that's running down the hallway, sniffing under doors and just running more. Do you continue down this
Right.
hallway? Do you go to the right or to the left?
I'm gonna look at Wanda.
To the right. I'm trying to think of the layout of this place. We came up the stairs to the left, so if we go to the right.
Okay.
Okay, so are you keeping track of that, or should I?
Would you keep track of it, or would you not know?
If you have like paper or something.
You know, I could just
Great.
smell my way
Okay.
back. I can just smell my way back. It's fine.
Yeah, all right.
But I am gonna keep track.
Okay.
All right. So with that, you go to the right as you turn around the corner. See, there's another door that's to the right, as it looks like this hallway out towards the side seems to have windows that show the outside of the mansion grounds. And there's another door to the right.
I'm a sniff.
You get nothing.
Can I try
Like-
the door to the right?
I am smelling things though, right? They
You
just
get-
don't smell like
You
the
are
things.
getting whiffs. You are just not getting the thing you're looking for.
Okay, cool. Okay. Because if I were smelling nothing, I'd be like, maybe there's magic or some shit.
No, you are smelling. You're just not smelling the actual thing.
Okay, cool.
But
Can I test the door to the right?
you see, try to open it and it's locked.
Okay.
Do you use the wand of knock?
We'll just try to move on.
Okay.
No, I think we should just try to move on if we don't know what we're getting into.
Yeah.
All right. Well, with that, as you come all the way down to the end of the hallway to the right, it turns back around as the right corner, and you see that there are stairs that are going up. They seem to actually go up in a spiral.
Let's go up them stairs.
Let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
You begin to run up the stairs, and the well-carpeted floor gives way to stone with carpet going over it. As at the top, it leads into a door.
I'm gonna smell the door.
The door does not seem to have anything smelled behind it. You do get a scent
Nothing.
back there, but you don't get the scent that you're looking for.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, cool. Well, I don't think that they are back there, but I do ask Wanda to see about opening the door. First, does it look like it's trapped?
It wouldn't matter. Wand of Knock would disable traps if it was. So I'll go ahead and use Wand of Knock on the door if it's locked.
You go to walk it, and as you go to spin the wand, you see what looks to be almost like a magical, and the door unclicks itself and then slides open. Not all the way, it kind of just creaks open.
Cool. Very cool. And then I carefully creak the door open, and peek inside.
And as you do so, you see standing
There's a
off
hydrant.
by the far side of barred windows looking out over the grounds, a gentleman in what looks to be black slacks, a kind of maroon dark red kind of vest with a black and red cape, kind of slowly turns around with his dark skin and kind of narrows his eyes and says, "And exactly who are you?"
Uh-oh.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not here,
You can see
fam.
in this
Who's
large
here?
room that's sitting up here, there's what looks to be a large painting on the wall that seems to have this man along with other people. You can see that there's a table on the far side. You can see that there also seems to be different instruments all along one table, like beakers and such that are going.
Oh no. Oh no. Is she still invisible?
Oh, the visibility dropped by this point. It's been more
Both
than,
of them?
It's been more than 10 minutes. The clothing doesn't make you fully invisible. The clothing just makes hiding and stealthing easier.
Not
Let's
the
run,
vanish,
bro.
though?
Let's
The
run.
vanish
We
spell
got,
did
we
go
gotta
off.
run. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I don't know. On one hand, we could run, but on the other hand,
We're
what
gonna
if we just
die.
murk this? What if we can murk this guy? Right? Like, what if we could?
Just so
Just
you're aware
for
about
a
Vanish,
moment.
it only lasts for 30 seconds.
Hmm.
Huh.
But as he's standing there and you see that his
Okay.
hands go behind his back as he's holding a kind of imperious stance and says, "I won't ask you again, who are you?"
We were just looking for the bathroom.
A little weasel just saying that.
And
That's
you
great.
see like his
think you're
eyes
a
dart
ferret.
towards like
I
your
think you're a
chest
ferret.
where the ferret voice comes from.
I'm,
And you
I
see
think-
him raise his hand and the door slams behind you.
Espíritu Santo, Santa Maria. Purísima.
Oh,
Reroll new character.
actually, can I knock?
You use your wand again.
No, I actually knock this time.
Knock on the door.
Yeah.
We're in.
You're inside
inside.
the room.
Oh, I'm inside the. He closed the door behind us.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we're locked inside with him. Mm-hmm.
I reach into my pocket and I pull out the letter. The letter I got from the tournament. While I was in the tournament. And I just
you
hold
see
it up
him
and I show it to
then.
him.
You see him then flutter his cape off to the side with a flourish, as there is a large saber hilt that's sitting there. As he slowly puts his hand to the saber and says, "I won't ask you a third time. Who are you?"
My name is Wanda.
Slowly draws his saber with a raspy shh.
My name is Wanda Castilla.
And he kind of is holding his pose there.
Cosmo Castilla. I was told I could find my mother here.
And who is your mother, child?
Jeanette.
I do not know of any such Jeanette that is in this home.
She would have been dragged away by Imperial guards in the middle of the night, perhaps 5 weeks ago.
I do not know who you think I am and my family is, but I'll give you my word as a Riverheart, there is no Jeanette in this building.
Sense motive.
Go ahead.
Same.
Go ahead.
Me too.
You a damn liar, bro.
Like the way
Since
Pizza.
I got a 22.
Sense
I want to
motive
motive.
would
Does he want
be.
me to?
Got the 22s.
Hold on. Is this a human?
I can't remember.
Oh, wait, hold on. Pause.
Pause.
I'm looking at the wrong character sheet. Hold on. Sense motive.
I'm gonna pull out some shit that don't exist.
26.
Yeah,
It
we
does,
have
it's right
like
here.
4 characters, so it gets confusing.
Well, that's what you get.
That's a
for having all those
26.
characters. With that, his words don't ring false to you. It doesn't seem to sound like he's deceiving you in any way. If anything, he sounds a bit confused, like, what the fuck are y'all here in my house?
So you didn't want to say that's why she was holding up the letter?
He sees the letter, but he's also not crossing the room, y'all. He's not stupid.
Is okay. Well, I
Can
guess.
I take it? I'm
Okay,
gonna.
if you don't know who it is, then is there a no? I look at the letter. It says V Riverheart. Is that maybe that means something to you?
Can I
Maybe.
climb? Can I climb out and climb down and take the letter out of Wanda's hand and take it over to the room to him
If you
and just place it down?
if
in front of
want to go
him.
over there, and you said V Riverheart.
I thought it said L.
V
I said,
Riverheart.
that's it. The
There's
letter
no
said
one here.
L.
V. What was that?
Your original letter said L, not V.
L, not V.
Yep,
L Riverheart.
L Riverheart.
Okay. L Riverheart.
I am gonna do that.
Okay.
This means nothing to you. Nothing at all.
And as you run over with the letter, you see that he takes the saber and lifts the letter from you up to his hand.
I'm
gonna
sorry.
run
Did I get the wrong? Is this the wrong Riverheart house? Is that?
He says this is the only Riverheart house as he flaps the letter open and reads through it. L Riverheart.
I mean, that is what I thought. I mean, but if you're not,
And you see him
It's
then turn back and
Riverheart.
look over at the frame. I do not know who you are, but the only Riverheart with the name L would be Livia. That'd be my granddaughter. Which wouldn't take you much of a check as you read about the Riverhearts. If that's his granddaughter, this has to be
Okay.
General Oscar Riverheart, one of the naval commanders.
That's nice.
Mr. OP himself.
so you would be.
Which you
Oscar
would notice from
Riverheart.
his actual saber is very bedeckled, as an animal saber would be, as he slowly puts his blade away.
At least he's not gonna kill us. At least we're not dead. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yet.
So I say. So
Oh,
you are Oscar.
Purely a misunderstanding.
So you are Oscar Riverheart.
I am
And
General
I am-
Oscar Riverheart.
General.
I did not survive 40 years of warfare to not be given the title I've earned.
Of course, General.
Right, of course, General. I didn't mean any disrespect. I just believed someone I cared about was here, and apparently you know nothing of this.
And with that, you see him turn back towards the table that he was by, and you see him unfurl what seems to be one of these scrolls. It seems to unfurl across the actual table. And then you hear him say a word in Draconic. Which, do you speak Draconic?
I do not speak Draconic.
I think. Hold on. I think I might. Like, give me a second. Give me a
You
second.
think you might? You think you
Oh wait,
might?
you would?
You better know.
Wouldn't you? Don't you speak to animals? Do dragons not count as animals?
I mean,
That does
dragons
not count.
Dragons are a completely different language, and just because she turns into an animal doesn't mean
I do have Draconic.
you do.
Yeah.
Mhm. Mhm. You hear him say the word. What's the correct word in Draconic? Reveal, for lack of better words, what he says. And you see the map begin to glow. And it's odd as it kind of almost puts up a 3D virtual image of the actual mansion that you're in. You see little pinpricks of light appear everywhere with names above them. Including over here in this far northwestern corner tower, it shows Oscar Riverheart, and then it shows Cosmo Castilla, and then shows Luna. Shittier. Bang bang.
Nice.
Is this like a Marauders map kind of thing?
Yeah, very similar to that. And says, you can look for yourself, child. There is no one named Jeanette in this building.
I do look for myself.
So do I. And do we see any names that we can recognize beyond our team?
I was going to say, you do see your team's names very clearly. Any names that you recognize per se? Let me think.
Probably team with City and Jade.
You would see that there's Xavier's name in there. You would see Saryu's name. You would also see Matthias's name.
Matthias? Okay.
Which of my names is actually displayed?
Actually, your true name is displayed.
Ooh.
Your chosen name.
Like the newest?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Metaleus is shown, not Sin.
Yes.
Well, it still wasn't given to him.
Very true.
Any other names?
That you recognize? No, not particularly.
Okay.
Then
While there are names, there aren't names that you would recognize at this moment. I would say names of note that you might try to pay attention to is the ones that are sitting in the center of the main room where you saw everybody. You see that there's Olivia Riverheart standing there, along with someone named Kasaka Richie, Kanamoro Askamiko, and Sugundo Zingzong.
That's a lot of names, but I don't know how to spell the last two. How do you spell those names?
Richie.
Well, I was going to give you all of these names in the Discord, and the people that are standing behind them at the high roller table, because you would have that information.
Okay, because I don't know how to.
Your character would remember that important information. Who was at the high roller table?
Yeah, I don't even know how to spell Richie, bro. I just did reach with a Y afterwards.
See, I'm over here like Rich. Like Richie.
I got
Richie.
At the end of the month.
Richie.
How dare you? How dare you?
Hey. What?
There you go. There's the high rollers.
Thank you.
the high rollers. Where was they at?
Right at the very bottom of the list.
Yes, they're in there, but they are the ones that are in the middle of the room, and you probably would take note of them because that's where Livia's name is. And it says, if you are looking to speak with my granddaughter, she would be there in the center of the grand hall. And then while you're standing there, he kind of pauses and says, do you mean to wish my granddaughter harm?
No, we were only looking to help her mother escape. And I point with my little ferret paw to Wanda.
And you thought to do this by sneaking around my home.
I am sorry for the deception, sir. I was not sure if we were enemies. It was not because I intended to bring any harm towards you or your operations. I just want to find my mother.
All right. Well, what I will do for you is, if that is the case, then I shall assist you myself. And with that, you see him kind of turn with a swirl of his cape. And you do notice that up here, the room seems to be fairly open. It's cold as shit up here.
He likes it.
Like, it's easily probably low 50s, high 40s at best up here.
The open sea will get you used to it.
Yeah. And it's in the Arctic, near the Arctic.
Oh, that's worse.
Oh yeah, very northern cold hemisphere. And so with that, it begins to walk back down the hallway and down the steps as a guard comes to approach y'all. See him stop to the side and immediately stand to the side and salute. And you notice that the general walks with fucking purpose. With the purpose of somebody who expects people to get the fuck out of his way.
And God help the man that
Shut.
doesn't move fast enough.
Facts. And so with that, as we come back to that, we'll come back down to what's going on in the main hall as Livia has arrived and Boris has been carted out with one of the people looking in the room like, hey, thanks for helping, and that was nice of you. A good man, good bird, good Strix. That's the right thing to say, Strix. Right? I don't mean to be offensive. I didn't know what you were. I didn't know what you were.
Livia's fine.
As you can see, for a moment, some of the people at the high roller table kind of looked up and kind of looked interested for a moment, and they're like, whatever.
Wait, who was the lady that I thought was into me?
The lady that you thought was into you because you're trying to
Yeah, with that
names?
natural one.
That would be Kasaka.
Oh, what are these names for? What are the names besides that?
Those
Those are
the people
their
standing
secret
behind
names?
you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Sakurachi.
Yes.
See, look, you got the little Richie.
Yes, indeed.
Nana Richie.
So with that, as things are kind of settling back down and the guards are kind of moving back into position, it was announced that Livia was there. And she kind of walks down the way looking to everyone, kind of in a light military, not a light military escort behind her, some elven man that seems to be standing at attention behind her. And she kind of seems to walk around and thank people for coming to her home and to taking the invitation. To which she then comes across you, Sid, and kind of looks you up and down and says, I don't believe that we've met. Lady Livia Riverheart.
I'm gonna give a slight bow. Quasar Aster.
She kind of pauses for a moment and says, from Cheliax.
Yes.
You traveled quite some way.
I've always find it in my best interest to at least know who I could potentially be working with in the future.
Well, I was unaware of that. And all of a sudden you hear that there's a call out from the top table as the big guy says, Livia, come play game.
Is he up? Is he awake again?
No, that's
No.
Segundo, whose voice echoes across the room and all the other loud shit.
Yeah, I'm about to say Boris is done.
Oh yeah, Boris is fucking out cold. Boris is gonna wake up sometime tomorrow afternoon like, what the fuck happened to him?
Damn.
Put a knot on the back of his head.
And then you see the guy who's sitting up there kind of look over at you, Sid, as you're talking to Livia. Bring your little friend too. Come play a game. We need another.
I will just kind of gesture in his direction as a after you.
Which that she kind of gives a look to you and then kind of tosses. Yes, Lord Segundo, we are coming. And as he comes up there, she kind of gives him a hug and kind of does one of those where he gulps her into like a big bear hug, where you see her like disappear in the folds of his body and then reappear.
Oh, those are the good kind of hugs. You're like, oh, soft and warm.
You see the others all stand up as the gentleman kind of gives a nod and says, Olivia. She says, Lord Asamiko. And then the lady kind of has a fan where she then flaps out and says, Lady Riverheart, Lady Richie. And they all kind of turn towards you, to which she says, "This is Quasar Aster, who will be joining us."
I'll just give a slight bow and a nod.
I would have picked up another drink and started drinking.
What was that?
I would have picked up another drink.
Nope. I need to keep focused, so trying to drink. It's not a good idea.
I have picked up another drink.
Finally, the competition. He slaps the table and says, "Let us begin." And the dealer kind of stands there and says, "What would be the game of choice?"
Wait, who's with Sam? I just thought about this.
Tyler's with them.
Okay.
Tyler.
Which, Tyler, when you go to stand up behind Sid, you see the other bodyguards like give that look to you and like size you up instantly, and then go back to like whatever.
Yeah, Tyler, I'm just gonna stand there with like the slightest of smirks. Like, yeah, go ahead, underestimate me. It's cool.
I mean, all you have to do is just go into siege mode and just destroy everything.
We're not going into siege mode.
Wreck the whole damn house.
It's no fun.
Just to prove a point.
Right? Just to prove a point. You're like, fuck, boom.
Wait till that report comes back by Aegis Academy. Like, wait. What happened? Like, yeah, very similar to what happened in Teleria. There seemed to have been some large energy discharge that bore through one of the upper mansion districts of the military. Oh.
I would have aimed it up.
Immediately have Celine on the phone. Where the fuck are you?
Where are you? I want to know where you are now.
Like, if I don't say Opara, are we in trouble?
I'm afraid to blah blah.
It'd be like, look, they were they were doubting me.
So with that, as everybody sits down at the table, Sin, you are sitting at the far side next to Segundo, where there's one empty seat, and Lily is all the way across from you.
Fine.
And then you hear Segundo say, "Let our little friend decide the game."
My initial reaction is go fish. But is there a gambling game from my hometown that I would be familiar with?
I would say probably the biggest one would be the game of chance, where you simply just every person rolls a singular die to see who hits the highest number. It's liked because it's very difficult to cheat at it, as it's only one die and you roll it openly to each one, and everybody has a different color die, so it's hard to not know who has what. And the Land of Trickery, a game that forces everyone to be honest, is the popular game.
I say we play Monopoly.
So you want to start wars, what you want to do, apparently.
That's exactly
Right? I was about to say, bro.
That's Uno.
That is Uno.
Uno starts blood debts, okay? That's...
That starts blood feuds that run generations deep.
Mm-hmm. It's one of those ones that it comes back. We don't know how the war started. It just did.
I have inside information. It all started with a card game, and then a draw war at the very end.
And this was the beginning of the Blood Wars.
Yeah. I started the Blood Wars by playing Uno.
Because you finished on the draw 4.
Exactly. I'm going to say, then let's start the game off. Let's start the night off easy and light with a game from the western reaches of Teleria. A group of people just simply called it chance, while I was passing through, as we'll say. And I'll explain the rules very simply.
So you see Segundo lean in and says, "Oh, I like this game," as he claps his hands together, which are big and loud. Which his hand looks like the size of your head. Like, it looks like he could palm your head.
That's scary. But I am not showing that on my face.
Make a bluff check.
Tyler's too busy looking at Kasaka.
Oh, these poor bastards. 36. That is a nat 20 plus 16.
Which he kind of gives a look and says, I'm going to like your little friend, Livia. We gamble, we play the game. Then with that, you see that the dice are all assigned to you, each of a color, with yours being black sin. But you're like, okay. But it just goes around with black, red, blue, green, and then white for Livia. And says, by the rules of the game, there will just be one round of initial betting, and then everyone can roll. And it will be rolled in the open. Each round will be begun at, it just goes, says like 1,000 gold. Let us get to it. 1,000 gold per Lord Zungzong. And with that, you notice that he seems to look up and you notice that nobody has piles of money in front of them. The dealer simply turns to you as everybody has chips and says, how many chips will you be needing to play?
I'll put a little pouch down and be like, we'll start off the night with 10. Then we can see about changing games.
Understandable. That will cost you 10,000 gold pieces.
I'll drop a little parcel, a little pouch that I will have hopefully at least had time to count out before we got there, so I'm not fumbling with it.
Easy enough. With that, you see he seems to slide all the gold into some type of open container on the table, where you hear it kind of going through a metallic ching, 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 ching. And once it's actually done, he seems to look down at something on his side of the whole dealer's desk and says 10,000 gold and hands you 10 red chips. Which you see everybody else has their one chip in.
I'll put mine in as well.
And as everyone puts their chips in, Lady Kasaka just suddenly says aloud, why is your bodyguard staring at me? Quasar asked her. She then turns to you, Sin.
I'm going to snap my fingers and go, Galio, manners.
Huh? What? Oh, sorry, I was lost in thought. I'm sorry, was I looking at somebody?
Look to the ground, please.
Your lord? I was like, he's gonna add that.
And you hear the woman that was standing behind Lady Ricci, who's also wearing some type of kimono garb, slowly just kind of smile and says, you should be careful where your eyes are looking before you lose them, friend.
I'll take your advice warmly. Thank you. I will keep it in mind. And then I'll do like as Lynn said and kind of look down at the chips.
And with that, Sin, everybody has made their initial bet and they all roll. So you get to make your roll. There's red for her, blue for her, green for her, and white for her. There we go.
I actually do have a black die. 20 millimeter D20.
Ooh. All right.
Nice.
Okay. I rolled a 16.
Nice. You and Segundo rolled the same with your kind of claps. She's like, ha! This is like me. Which his hand, when it hits you, make a reflex save that you don't fly off the chair.
Another 16 plus reflex of 6.
Mm-hmm. With that, you kind of lean into it and kind of like slide to the side, but his hand is heavy as shit.
Yeah.
Kirsten's chair just.
Yeah. I'm expecting, whether I was sitting on the center of the chair, regardless, I'm now sitting on the edge of it.
Very much so. But both of you both rolled 16s. You see that next to him, Kanamura rolled a 14. Kasaka rolled a 15, but Livia rolled a 20. Which everyone says, that looks as if I've won. And there's kind of a light applause like, oh, I like this game. Let us raise the stakes. And you see him kind of look down at your chips and says, see him kind of quickly count and says, and slides in 9 chips for the next round.
Man.
I will join him and be like, if the game is to continue, we do have to savor it a little bit. But I can understand the enthusiasm.
This is exciting. I like this game.
Damn.
Keep your fingers crossed for Sam.
Gambling.
Right? Oh my god, I'm praying for you, my dude. I'm praying.
I was trying to get it to draw out a little bit and be like, okay, once we get 10,000, hopefully won or lost, I can change up the game. But damn, this dude is enjoying pure luck.
Like, he likes the chaos of all of it. He's like, hey, let's do it. The more money that's involved and the randomness of it makes it more exciting for him.
I can respect it.
With that, it seems to be another one, and all of a sudden you see him says, so you have what is one of these called? He's pointing at Talu.
Oh wow.
Galio is a Nagashi.
Ah, Nagashi. Do they taste like chicken too?
I swear, if Ruin heard that, he's just gonna be like, yeah.
Talu's trying not to laugh.
And the messed up part is he's saying it with such sincerity, like he's dead ass. Like, do they taste like chicken, bro? Like he's trying to have a conversation, but he's so awkward he don't know what the fuck to say.
That's me.
He's just used to saying whatever the fuck he wants because who's gonna check him?
Yeah.
I mean, Talu doesn't take it personal. He's gonna laugh. He's sitting there like just trying not to laugh, like disrespectfully, just amused by it.
While I have had Snake in the past, I have yet to actually partake in a full Nagashi myself. But I would prefer not to discover that with one of my associates being the price.
Ah, and you see him turn around and says, Holson, no eating the snake man. Huh? Huh?
Thank you.
And you see, and Holson doesn't move or say shit. Like, if you didn't hear his breathing through his nostrils, you would swear that he's not moving at all. Because you're not even catching him blink, which you're like, the fuck?
That's just a little scary.
Yeah, he's like somewhere close to 12 feet tall, just standing there in muscle with a huge double axe. Well, now the next round of rolls gets in. Get your roll on.
Okay. Oh, come on. Light a candle for good
You
luck.
got this, buddy.
And... okay, unless she's really good, a 19 on the die, I'm hoping is going to win me this pot.
All right, Segundo rolled a 4.
Okay.
Kanamoro rolled an 18.
Ooh, close.
Kasaka rolled a 19, and Livia rolled a 3.
Woo.
To which Segundo says, it is a tie. What do we do with the tie, my little friend?
The simplest is we can split the pot, and I'll look to her. If that's acceptable with you, ma'am.
She kind of gives a nod and then kind of looks over at Talu and says, it's not acceptable. There must be a winner.
Very well, then. I'll hand another bag of 10,000 to change the chips and be like, then we match our previous bet and roll again.
Interesting. You hear Segundo all of a sudden clap his chest and says, yes, yes, again.
Dang.
I want to know why she looked at Talu for that.
You were staring, bro!
Yeah.
I was daydreaming. I wasn't paying attention when I was looking.
Hey, look, goddamn it, looking the
You
wrong
were-
way, get your eyes fucked up.
Yep.
You're still a mask presenting person looking at a them presenting person, and in general, just staring at a person in this world, not the best thing to do, my dude.
Ooh, with that, she does the same, put out another 9 chips. You see Segundo started to clap his hand and stand up and says, yes, the more of the money. And he looks at Livia and says, I bet you 5,000 on the little one winning. To which he looks, Lord Segundo, to Kanamuro says, make that 50,000 and I'll do it. Deal! As they are now waiting on the rolls.
Oh,
Okay.
fingers crossed.
Right?
I've rolled it, and I legitimately am sitting at my desk with my eyes closed because I don't want to know what it is. I've just put 18,000 of Wanda's coin in the pot, and I had... ooh, fuck.
Hey, I just rolled something. I want to know if I beat you.
Okay. Okay, I rolled a 17.
Oh, you
There's
beat
hope.
no one.
There is hope.
As you rolled your 17, you see that Kasaka's roll comes to a stop, and it rolls over an 18 and then stops on a 5.
Woo! You just made 18.
I just made... No, I just made 45,000 gold.
Yes.
Keep your winnings, bro. Just give me back what I gave you.
Just got it, and there's like a little nudge from Segundo, like, that is excellent. And then he says, and I won so much money. To which you see kind of Muro just kind of give a shoulder shrug, like, eh.
Sin now has a little stack of chips.
Yeah, I got 49
Nice.
chips. Actually, I got more than 49 chips sitting in front of me.
You
Yeah,
got
Yeah, I would
chips
say it's
in-
9 times. What? There's like 4 players.
Yes, 4 other
Yeah.
players.
4 other players, but we had to match our previous bet, so she put in another 9,000.
Yes.
So I won 5 players of
Yeah, you got
9,000
45
bet.
plus your 10, so that's total 55 chips.
Yeah, I've got 55 chips in front of me.
To which Segundo
Nice.
says, and we let it ride, little
Very
comrade.
nice.
And you see him take a hand of chips, starts to slide them all in. To which Olivia looks and says, he only has 55 chips, Segundo. You can't spend all your chips. It kind of seems just look confused, like, why not? This is fun. Put in
I
every.
like him.
He kind of points to you, says, put in everything you have. We put in what we have, and whoever wins, wins.
And
Go for it. Do it. Do it.
Don't listen to these people.
no. Sin is quite literally an accountant. I cannot lose this much freaking money.
No, what the fuck?
And then you see Segundo
Good
kind of
win,
pause
Dumbo.
for a moment and says, we all do it. And Olivia says, as the host, I'm kind of obligated to allow such enjoyment to continue. As you see, Olivia takes her pile of chips and slides them forward. And then there's kind of a look over at Kasaka,
Oh,
which Kasaka looks down at her chips, which is somewhere more than what you have, but it looks to have more than what Olivia had, but not as much as what kind of Muro has. And kind of slides in their pile of chips.
Go ahead.
And then you see Segundo look at Konomuro like, yeah. I did just lose 50,000 to you. He's like, yo, Konomuro, it's only 50,000. To which he smiles and says, I don't know why I'm friends with you, Oaf. And he slides his pile in, which is by far the largest. It's about the same amount as the previous 2 put together.
Oh god, so it's everyone going all in, winner take all.
And then you
Yes.
see Segundo
Wow.
also slide his pile in and says, yes. And
Go
you
ahead.
see
That
that
is so
as
nice.
the stacks are silently stood up, you kind of see them look at it. And then you see your lady Kasaka say, I do not believe that your 55,000 chips will be enough to be able to match this, as that is less than half of what even the lightest of us put in. With Livia being our host, of course, not expected to pay as much. Do you not have the funds to be able to play with us at this table?
Ooh.
What is the current amount that is sitting in
With the
mathematically?
dealer,
What can I see is the minimum bet?
I'd say the lowest amount that you probably saw would have been somewhere around Livia with about 75, 80 chips.
Damn.
And if you're
75,000.
taking account, if you wait to see all the chips stacked up and counted out, it comes to being close to around 480,000 gold on the table.
So to buy in, I need about 70 to 75,000, which is
You have
70 to 75
so
chips.
you need 20
Yes.
plus.
Ideally, yeah, you're looking at about another 20 chips or so. 21 chips.
I
No, about another 20,000 chips. 20,000 will do it for you.
I will start to push my pile forward, and I'll pull out 2 of the last 3 bags that I have and go, I guess if you're in for a copper, you're in for a gold.
And you just hear Segundo say, yes! Fortunes will be made.
Holy shit.
let's
Ross.
go. Spin.
Let's go. Like,
Let's go.
Please,
And
please.
with that adds your 75 to it, which You see that Lady Kasaka kind of gives a nod, like, okay, seems to relent with the idea of you playing it. Altogether, when it's done being counted, you can see that there seems to be 560,000 gold there total.
That's wow.
I'm so glad I rolled that really good bluff check in the beginning, because if not, I would be sweating bullets right now.
You can do this.
Oh, I just wasted that.
You jackass. Should have held it.
You saw that? You see that in the chat?
I wasn't looking. Yeah.
Yeah, he rolled a 20 in the chat.
I was thinking about having fucking Pyro do it in the chat just to make it worse.
Nice. Okay.
Don't do it now. Don't do it now.
Oh no. Yeah. All right. And with that, you see everybody kind of sitting there looking as the dice are getting rolled out.
Okay.
And everyone has their dice set. And the rolls are made. Oh shit.
I had an idea for
I am
help.
I don't
scared
like
as
that.
fuck.
I don't like that.
I am scared as fuck. I'm not looking at it. I'm not looking at it.
I had an idea to help our odds, but I think it'd be bad if we got caught.
Yes, it would be terrible.
I was gonna say I was gonna have Talu be like, hey, let's use cups. We can like heighten the anticipation.
Oh, no.
That way you can knock the dice as you open it.
You need
No.
a sleight of hand.
I've got a decent sleight of hand. Don't tempt me.
But do you think yours is the best at the table?
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no.
And in this moment, everything is kind of stopped as the amount of money has been announced as being spent on this roll. So people are just kind of gathering around and watching.
Everyone's kind of sitting down, and now he's just knocking back. He knocked back already a few drinks because of this. He's just like, that's a lot.
That is a lot. I dropped my die, and I've walked into my kitchen right now because I need a drink of water.
And with that, as everyone begins to roll their dice, we'll wait.
I was gonna say we need to do this in a way that builds the anticipation so much higher.
Oh, don't worry, it'll be
Look.
there.
Look, you can piss right off.
Right? Right? You have a whole cup, bro.
I mean,
It's my job.
Loser.
To get my job, I had to go on blood pressure medication, and this is not freaking helping.
With that, you see the dealer look towards Lady Livia, who rolls, and she rolls a 16. Then in turn looks to Lady Kasaka, who rolls. She rolls a 19.
Oh!
Then it goes to Anamuro, who spent easily the most out of everyone. He rolls a 6.
Nice.
But why? Why would Lady Kasaka get the 19?
And then Sugumuno rolls,
Oh,
and he gets a 19 also.
Ah!
To which he looks and goes, yeah!
This is a three-way tie? So I've got a 19 as well.
Nice.
Okay, beautiful.
Oh,
This is too much. My heart can't take it anymore.
And then you hear Lady Kasaka says, per the rules that you stated, we need a winner, and we do not split, which means we must match our previous amounts.
Oh.
Oh, wait, that doesn't make sense. How would they do that with him not having?
Doubled all their money,
What you
bro.
see is then, as Livia kind of looks and says, sadly, I've lost my amount. You see her kind of look over her shoulder to the girl behind her, who reaches into her robe and pulls out what looks to be a bag of holding as the dealer slides all the chips back to the side and merely takes the bag and upends it, and the bag just constantly begins to drop money, gold, and platinum on the table, which is then transferred into chips. And then from what you can see from the dealer as he has to call in for more chips, there's a new case of chips that are brought up as she is now holding another 200 chips.
Jeez. Bro.
All right then.
To which you
Out of
see,
question.
which Segundo kind of looks
Bro,
and
we're not.
says, now things are getting spicy. And you see him reach down, and he also seemingly pulls out It's very hard to describe exactly what it is when you first look at it, because it looks just like a metallic ball. And then when you pull it out, but you notice that Livia's eyes go wide, like, holy shit. And then you see him kind of take both hands and puts it down and says, I think this will cover my part, yes? Yeah.
Is it something magical? It's something super magical.
I mean, it could be. It looks to be about this. I'd say it's a spear about the size of a soccer ball, more or less. But it seems to be perfectly similar round, even though it's standing there. And you see him kind of wave his hand and it kind of slides over towards the dealer, who kind of looks at Livia, like, then it kind of looks at Lady Kasaka, who kind of takes a moment. And you see her kind of close her eyes and raise out a hand to it, and you kind of recoil like, oh, yes, that will do.
Yeah, I wanna look at that for a second or two as well, if possible.
Go ahead if you detect magic at it.
Briefly.
Just a brief amount. It's like staring at the sun. As much magic is coming off of it.
Out of character.
Mm-hmm.
Incock, how much gold you still got left?
Good question.
Money? What's money?
Oh, did you want an answer?
Yes, preferably.
22,000.
All right, 22 plus 30. We've got 50, 52, 62 plus what we have left. So, all right. I am going to ask Galio for my reserve, hoping you get the hint.
Do we want to roll for this?
That's up to you. I mean, I'm asking in character.
Go ahead. You can roll a sense motive to see if you understand what he's asking.
That is a total of a 9.
I would say, knowing that you're in all the pressure of the moment of everyone looking towards you and him asking you that, you would probably also be aware, money-wise, you realize how much money he had, and that the amount of money on the table far exceeds what he was planning to use.
Yeah.
Reserves, right. The reserves in my pocket that I have in my pocket.
Oh no.
Those are the reserves you speak of. Sir.
Yes. Yes, Galio.
The reserves that are in my pocket. He's gonna
Begrudgingly.
like he's giving his sin a look of, I got you in trouble, so I owe you this, but I've been broke like this entire time you've known me, and now you want me to be broke again.
Fuck this up, bitch.
And then he's gonna hand over the bag because he's like, well, I can't break my character now, can I?
That slow grip where you hand out the bag but you don't release it, like, give me the bag.
Imagine Sin like goes to take it and Tyler's just gripping it.
Oh, it's like monkey pawed it, like, let go. All right. That would come up with 62,000. Can I pull out the adamantium dagger as the last bit of collateral and look for a bit of acceptance of this? As will this suffice for the last 8,000?
Kind of gives a look at it and kind of looks up and down. And you see Kasaka's eyes flash and says, it's just a dagger. And you hear Segundo says, it's an antimine. It is made of star metals. It is wonderful.
Tyler's gonna take out one of those sweetbreads that he got from the. No, I'm not. Never mind. That'd be bad.
But say, didn't you also give all those away to the kids?
No, I kept some for us for rations.
Okay.
But I was gonna be like, but then they're gonna wonder why we were down in the slums.
Yeah, they would.
Yeah,
would
so
tip us off.
I'm not gonna
Can
do that.
Can I try and play it up some? Because
What
this
you
is
got?
it is made from the Warforged from Xanthos itself.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
This
Which
was
kind
used
of-
in combat.
Which kind of elicits a bit of ooze from them. Like, ooh, okay. You have, for something from Xanthos, but, I mean, such things could be ordered easily enough, even from Xanthos, for the right price. Is it really worth 8,000, as Kasaka is saying?
Ooh, you should. Ah, God, I was gonna say play it off as it was a gift from the princess.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But where's the proof? Is my case in point.
We got no certificate
Yeah.
of authentication.
Well, no,
Right, yeah.
yeah.
Um,
Wouldn't it have a seal of some sort on it?
It has a mark that is from the Warforged, showing that it was produced there, and that's where it was crafted, but not from the princess herself.
I got a question. Can I do a quick appraisal on the Ring of Force shield that I have?
Of course.
That's gonna be 22.
I was gonna say do. I can't charge a do.
Duty do 22.
Would you would know is your Ring of Force shield is worth about around 8,000, 9,000 gold?
And how much do we need?
About 8,000.
I'm
Hold
gonna
on,
take
hold
off
on,
my
hold
ring.
on. Hold on. Can I do a sense motive to see if she's just trying to squeeze more money out of me?
Go for it.
Okay. I didn't really want to burn another 19, but with a sense motive of +6 for a 25, is she just trying to wring more money out of me?
From what you can get, it seems like she is enjoying kind of putting you to the coals a little bit in the moment, but also that she realizes that the dagger isn't worth 8,000.
So
Like
it's
she
not
kind
worth-
of hits you with that look in the eyes, like that's a nice dagger, but it's not an 8,000 gold dagger.
Talu's just gonna grab his ring and drop it on the table.
Which kind of looks and is like, oh. And then you see Segundo kind of reach down and grab the ring, like, what is this? It has horns like you, Hosen. To which Hosen just snorts.
That motherfucker made a noise. I'm proud.
Yeah, first time you actually heard him make any sound or movement that would seem deliberate. And you just see Segundo holding it up like, what does it do? And kind of shaking the ring like it's a toy. Like,
I'm gonna like put my hand out, be like, if I may, I could show you.
yes, and he hands it to you.
Alright, so I put it back on, and then I step back to where like it's
Mm-hmm.
I have a little room, and then I just activate the ring and bring up the shield.
I'll just prattle off the shield spell that I know, and kind of basically give it a quick showroom definition.
So you kind of look at it like, oh, it's nice. Let me see how hard it is. Holds it.
Oh shit!
We wouldn't want to ruin Lady Riverheart's floor with any sort of destruction, would we?
Or my blood? Thanks.
You'd be fine.
Look,
He kind of looks at you, kind of like waving
Out
a
of-
finger at you, like you're a smart little friend. Holzen, simply punch at the chicken's tasting snake man.
Damn it. Hold on. What would be a save to laugh at that shit?
What would that be?
Yeah. What would a save be to not laugh at that?
I mean, if you were trying to hold it together, I'd probably say that would be.
Oh, that's better
willpower.
than that one.
See,
That's
there you go.
better than that one.
why are
I
you burning all those nat 20s, boy? I need them.
I'm shit because I'm not rolling. I'm not
Yep.
the one rolling.
But as you say all that, you just hear kind of a snort of, and then you hear a deep voice say, "Yes, master." And then blindingly fast, you just see a wall of fists come at you and encompass your entire vision and stop just short of hitting you. It does impact the ring, and your entire hand feels numb, as you feel like this punch would have been like if it stopped a Mike Tyson punch, is what it feels like.
I'm gonna try my best to not look like it hurt.
Make a bluff check.
I'm trying to sell the value of this ring, guy.
No, trust me, I am sitting here like freaking the fuck out in the sense of, okay, we've got a sale. Now we've got to roll good.
I mean,
23.
actually, oh yeah, you're able to play it off, though I will say for you, Sin, the large amount of fists and how fast he moves is kind of terrifying.
Oh yeah.
Especially because it
Segundo's
happened
fist is
before
my
you could
faith.
react to it, which is probably the most worrisome part, is that it moved quicker than your reaction to it, and it was just there.
Yeah, considering Segundo's fist is my face, the Minotaur's fist is my chest.
Oh yeah.
There's not very much I'm going to just walk away from in that situation.
Looking at his fist up close, he could probably
No.
pick you up and lob you like a football.
Yeah.
See football saying,
Well, with that, Segundo kind of looks over at Kisaka, pointing at the fist like, yeah. And you just see it kind of nod and says, it'll do. I'll add it to my collection.
oh god, we need an advantage roll for Sin.
And with that, all of a sudden there's a loud, as the ring is placed down, there's a loud, announcing the arrival of General Oscar Riverheart. As walking down the actual grand staircase is a gentleman in what looks to be kind of a military garb of like the full everything with the medals on the front, the epaulets, the huge golden tassels and all that on the shoulder, with a black and red cape and black breeches and boots, and a huge saber in a golden case. And as he's stepping down, behind him would be Wanda and Luna. Well, actually, Luna would still be a ferret, and Wanda would be in an all-black skin outfit unless she changed.
Nope, because now they know me as Wanda and not Karina, so I can still, I'm not blow everyone else's cover.
Yeah.
That would make no sense.
Sounds very good. Do you stay in ferret form?
I'm already here. Why not? I'm just gonna stay here. I have to do less walking. I'm lazy.
That's a fucked up answer. I'm lazy. It's whatever.
Why do you think I rode in the saddlebag?
So with that, as it's coming down, you see that he's the general, being the general, is beelining directly for the high roller table. To which you see the other high rollers all kind of stand up and give a slight bow to the general as he stands there.
I will follow suit, most definitely.
Mm-hmm. And not even paying attention to what the fuck is happening on the table with all the money and chips there. Livia, I need to speak with you immediately. Grandfather, I'm currently entertaining my host. I said immediately. Which kind of has this quiet hush, as it's already quiet, that kind of carries in the room like, And with that, you see all of a sudden there's kind of a brief nod. If you all excuse me, there seems to be a matter I need to attend to personally. My apologies. And kind of smiles and bows and kind of gives nods and turns and walks off with Wanda following in tow.
Oh man.
Not in costume, in the black outfit, the skin tight and all that, just walking behind the general and Livia.
I'm going to pay it absolutely no mind.
I absolutely make it look like I belong there too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm following Sin's lead.
I'm hiding.
Rowan's just sitting up at the counter, just watching everything down low. He's
Yes,
just
indeed.
sitting, watching everything go down.
Mm-hmm. Which the dealer brings everyone's attention back and says, with that, we shall proceed with the rolls. We shall go one at a time. As last time we went from the eastern side, this time we shall start on the western side. And you see the head nods towards you, Sin, that you're to roll first.
I think I need to go buy a lotto ticket real quick.
Yes.
Let me find out you rolled a 20. Let me find out you rolled a 20.
Yes, I did. Fucking 20.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
All right. Let's see what we got. With that, you see Segundo chat for you like,
That's my
yes.
boy. That's my boy.
Now there is a challenge. And you see, and it's odd being next to him, you can almost see his excitement. He just genuinely seems excited to be playing a game with such high stakes.
Oh man.
I like this guy. I want to be his friend.
And as he rolls, his die comes up and you see it roll past a 1, a 19, and then land on a 9.
Oh,
And you hear it's gonna go, ah, tis bullshit die, tis bullshit. You see him pick up the die and just kind of look at it in the eye like, you betray me. And you see Lady Kasaka kind of look to roll, kind of with a smile. And the oddest thing happens. She doesn't break eye contact with Yusin. She rolls.
Oh god.
can I do a perception check to see if she's doing anything funny?
You can.
There's a room off
Oh,
the
yes. 19 plus 6, 25.
You don't see her doing anything at all.
That bitch got a higher. She got a higher sleight of hand.
Probably.
But from what you can see, it rolls to a natural 20, which I can show you here on the camera. The green die was a 20. Yeah.
You're kidding me.
I don't think I can do it
Bro.
twice. I don't think I can fucking do it
The
twice.
anxiety. The
You
anxiety.
have to, bro.
I can't. I don't even have a buy-in now.
Like, we don't physically have the money for it.
Can Wanda like wink at him from afar and give him inspiration or something? Jeez.
You are already walking back up the way.
He doesn't have any money.
I know.
But
Yeah, like the
Yeah.
first stumbling block is I don't have cash.
Ah, yeah. Kind of.
So that was just a loss for all of us. R.I.P.
Yeah.
Let's mourn in a couple of seconds.
man.
So you're telling me that I'm broke again?
And you lost your ring.
Well, the ring, I mean, yeah. Okay. I was like, I didn't really use it. I wasn't using it properly. It was.
happens to the best of them. And with that, it says it looks as if we must do another.
Shit happens, my
buy-in.
dude.
That. Oh well.
And you see her look, and then you see the lady behind her kind of give a whisper to her. You see her eyes kind of close. And says, well, how do we resolve it if we have tied twice?
Split the pot. Just immediately split the pot.
I think that's fair.
Well, per
Yes.
the current rules, the dealer says.
Per the rules of a single tie, we would bet again and roll once more. Twice in a row, the normal is to split the pot, or the uneventful one is just no more bets are placed, as it is now true luck, and we just roll one final time.
And you see her kind
Like
of
a
looking at
best
it
two out of three
like she's
situation.
looking at you trying to like decide it. And then all of a sudden you see there's kind of a slight smile from Lord Kanamuro as he says, well, with all of this being at stake, why don't we make it a series of rolls to see which one will be the victor?
Best 2 out of 3.
And then you see Segundo kind of give a laugh and says, best of 5! And slaps his hand down, which all the chips like jump up in the air and slam back down.
I think
5.
Tyler's gonna take this first drink.
5 rolls, and the first 3 victories wins.
And you see Lady Kasaka nod and says, agreed.
Tyler's
My heart,
is
bro.
definitely
All
drinking
right.
right now.
So let me pull out 4 different dies that she will use because I don't want to use their die because that would be bad juju.
I only got the 1, though.
All right.
I mean,
Bro, my
technically,
heart's gonna
you-
explode.
I mean, you know what? Technically, I should, since they're all the same, she just rolls her green die. That's all she gets. Let's see if it works. All right.
Come on.
He says, as the Lord was the last one to do it, ma'am, it is your turn, Lady Kasaka. Which she rolls. She rolls a 17.
First roll is 5.
To which you see Segundo kind of giving out like, "Oh, you cannot lose to this babushka." To which she then looks up. She kind of like narrows her eyes at him. It's like, "Babushka," he said. Yeah. How you say the baby? It kind of rocks his hands.
Yeah.
I was
Gonna give him one of those side eyes of like, you playing with fire.
sense motive of, let me see, it's 12
What does
plus
Babushka mean?
5.
I think that's actually Russian for grandmother.
Yeah.
16. I got a 16 total.
Yes, and I would have been.
You get that he is being honest, though that is not what the word means, no part. He did correctly say grandmother when he meant to say baby.
I am not saying a word. I'm just laughing. I'm just like.
And the dealer says the first victory goes to Lady Kasaka with a slight head nod.
Okay.
And says,
Second one
with this one,
is
Lord
I rolled a
Master
19.
rolls first. And you hear the crowd collectively
you
holding
last
their breath.
okay. Another 20.
All right. This time she rolls a natural 1.
Ooh.
Oh!
That's 2 losses, right?
Does not count as double losses like death saves.
No. We started at 0 again for this tiebreaker.
Yes.
So that's 1-1.
It's 1-1, so now it's the first one to get to 2. So it's a best of 3 now.
Yep.
And you see that there seems to be a breath, and she's kind of smiling. And she, again, as she reaches down and grabs the die, she just holds your eyes and rolls without looking.
Got the same sort of just half smirk, playful grin across my face.
Mm-hmm. And with
I was
that,
into a second drink.
she rolled a 16 this time.
Come on, baby. 18.
That is 2 victories.
Woo!
And with that, she
One
kind
more.
of gives a deep breath and says, "Huh, curious." And with that, you see the dice get picked up, and you see the dealer looks at you and says, "It is your turn, Lord Aster."
You better fucking make this, bitch. You better make this.
On the stage,
The pressure is not appreciated, but the gravitas is.
I'm gonna say this.
Okay.
Saying if we win this, we cannot celebrate.
15.
All right, she rolls 17.
Ooh.
That one got
The
wild.
next one.
That one was hilarious because the way my hard table is, I dropped it from high, so it bent and then it bounced back up because it looked like it was going to stop, and it landed on the 17. I was like, "Oh shit!" Okay. All right. Well,
Hurting my heart.
You got a game now.
She's on her roll first.
Can we take a 20?
can we take?
I wish.
Oh my god, I could. Can I?
Just
Can I
retire
use?
when this, bro.
Can I use?
IRL hours for 20.
Can I use? Could I use my fate coin for this?
Ma'am, no, you're not even there.
We do have fake coins.
With that, kind of
I
takes a
mean-
small, deep breath, and as she takes the die, she again holds your look and says, "It has been an enjoyable battle, but it's come to an end." Quasar Asta. And she rolls. It rolls a 17.
Ooh.
Oh my god, no.
Come on. That
I
is
don't
an
have good
18.
luck.
That is a fucking 18.
With an 18, with
Oh
that,
my god.
it comes down and she kind of looks and you see her face drop a little bit like the fuck, and then it kind of reaffirms itself. And with that, the dealer looks and says, "You have won, Lord Aster. Is the winner of the round." And you see the large pile of chips running away. And
Retired.
Segundo kind of slaps him on the shoulder and says, "It is excellent, yes."
I don't know if I'm going to throw up or not. Fuck.
So forget Aegis, we can just retire.
But all that.
Wait. I want to do something.
Tis best of time.
I want to do something.
Go ahead.
I want to take my ring, slide it over to her, and say this is a token of an apology, and also for giving us a great evening or a great little match here.
You go to reach that out to her.
Oh, I'm not gonna give it to her. I'm gonna put it on the table.
Oh, you
Like,
push
I'm not
it towards her.
transfer-
Cool,
Yes.
cool. with that, like, you see that she goes to do that and she looks at it. And then you see the woman from behind her slowly lean over and reach down and grab it. And you see her kind of palm it into her palm. And she kind of looks, and she just looks at you and says, well, thank you very much for your kind gift. As Ring of Force Shield will be marked off from you.
Yeah, I need to
Look,
mark
you
it
made
on
that
my-
decision. But
Oh no,
God
I did.
damn.
I did that on purpose. I want to make
Okay.
sure we
Nice.
didn't leave on any bad terms. Look, like I said, Talu can't be diplomatic.
Good. I'm glad I chose you.
With that, with people all talking up to you and drinks being brought up to you by what looks to be some type of kind of regular leveled house elf, who kind of hands you one smile and says, good job, good job.
Can I see that this is probably Katya?
Actually, this one is Seryu, who's changed his appearance.
Yeah, it's Sari. I couldn't find her.
This knight gets to go to bed for the night. Goddamn.
Yeah, good job.
All the luck has been used. I'm not gonna go buy a lottery ticket. I'm done.
I can he's like, I wish to cash out. All in platinum coin.
Very much so, as they're laughing, and it was like it was excellent and much fun. All of the monies, yes. It should have been me winning, but it was you, little buddy. And he pats you on the back again with a lot of one of them, like, the fuck? Like, know your strength, my guy. But with that, we will slide back to the general with Wanda and Luna as they walk up the stairs and
Need to go
head
to the
into what
bathroom.
looks to be a private office. The door is opened and then closed behind by Livia. And the general walks to the far side of the room and goes to sit behind a large desk. And there's two chairs sitting across from the desk, which he motions towards. And before Olivia sits down, he says, explain this letter, which he then puts on the table and pushes towards her. Then she kind of gives a look and says, yes.
Yeah, and I'm mean.
Grandfather.
I'm staring at her the whole time.
I found out information that there was a captive being held elsewhere. And I thought the information to be viable since my records showed that the child of such a person was attending Aegis Academy. That they may be able and capable of doing something about helping them from this issue. To which the general is still looking highly unamused. Well, grandfather, and she kind of turns and gives a slight bow to you, Miss Castilla. My informants have let me know that it seems that this Jeanette Castilla is being held in Mansion Orsov in the Woodbreaker Hill district.
We're on the wrong side.
Yeah, sense motive.
We're not supposed
first
to go on
of all.
that side.
Go ahead.
Sense motive. Because. Okay. That'll be a 21. 21 total.
She's speaking very plainly. You get the sense that she has never lied to her grandfather in her life. As he doesn't seem to be the type of person who would take a lie very well, regardless if it was from someone 20 or 2.
I didn't eat the last candy, I promise.
What's the wrapper in your hand?
It says Lord Thorn Orsov seems to be holding her, though I'm not fully sure why. The information states that it seems that it's being done at the behest of another in House Orsov.
House Orsov, and that was the
Orsova.
name Xavier told me.
Orsova.
Orsola?
Yes.
Orsova?
Yes. Orsova.
And that's what the name that Xavier gave me about last time, right?
Yes. He said very dead ass to stay away from that house, and he said stay away from the whole fucking district just to be safe.
I see.
To which the general looks and says, "Why would
And
the
neither
leader
of you.
of the First Imperial Arcanist Guild be holding this child's mother? Unfortunately, my informants are no longer alive to be able to assist with those questions, my lord." I did not realize that you had been gotten involved. I left the letter so that Miss Castilla could contact me and I could provide this information.
What will they do to her?
I honestly do not know. The last that I've heard, there was not any torture or anything being taken care of. All I know is that she was being held in one of their towers. If I am correct, I believe it was the northwestern tower, but I cannot be sure of that.
Is there... How would we go about facilitating her release then? Without,
Bloodshed.
being an enemy of the military? Like, I don't want to do that. You understand?
Which the general kind of looks at you and kind of looks at Livia and says, "Have a seat."
And I'll sit down.
I do not pretend to know why your mother was taken, or what plans House Orsova would have with your mother. But Lord Thorn is a very influential person who is one of the advisors to the king himself, or the Grand Prince. There is not much in Opara that can be done against him that is not done against the wishes of the Grand Prince himself. He is also the leader of the Imperial Arcanist Guild, as he commands the mage unit of the military.
You said Imperious Arcanus?
The First Imperial Arcanist Guild.
Imperial Arcanus.
For example, you would know that Jace is an Arcanist, and his daughter / Boothang of Ruin is also an Arcanist.
I'm sorry, my notes are messed up.
It's not a problem. I can clarify where you need it.
Okay. But they're basically Arcanists, okay.
Yes, he's the leader of basically the military's branch of magic users. And reports only to the Grand Prince himself.
There must be some kind of... Is there some kind of way I can request information officially, or maybe is there something you can do to help me? Like, not that there's any reason for you to. I'm sorry.
The general just kind of looks over at Livia and it says it seems that the Riverheart name is already involved. I unfortunately do not outrank Lord Orsova, and our families are rivals. So as you can imagine, there's no love lost between the two of us.
Of course. And I also would like to apologize. I suppose I should be thanking you for reaching out to me, Miss Riverheart. Ma'am.
Just kind of gives a slight nod and says, "I believed it was the right thing to do. You believed it was a way to strike back at the Orsovas."
I like it.
To which she kind of keeps her head down and doesn't say anything. It's not known officially, but young Olivia lost her mother to the Orsovas in an unfortunate accident in exchange.
You want me to blow him up?
To which you
For
hear,
real.
Olivia's like gripping the chair that she's sitting in. It was not an accident. It is an accident because I said it so.
Ooh.
That's not how that works.
Politically, it is.
Yep.
I've warned you
okay,
repeatedly
I'm
to
sorry.
leave the
A
Orsovas
lot-
alone. So I will deal with you personally after this, Livia. Leave us. And you see Livia stand up immediately and march out. And slam the door.
Okay,
behind her.
I'm sorry. Can I clarify real quick?
Of course.
So Livia's father said it was an accident because he said so.
Grandfather.
Livia's
Grandfather.
grandfather said
Grandfather?
that it was it's considered an accident because he says so. As in, they've probably argued about this not being an accident, or it's probably known not to have been an accident. But when it comes to political machinations and maneuvers, two of the top families in Opara can't just have open bloodshed and warfare.
Everything's
May I
hush.
do a sense motive on him to see if he actually like has some kind of resentment towards them?
Go ahead.
Is he a vampire?
Or if-
What race is he?
Is Lord Riverheart a vampire, the general?
Yeah, what race is he? Is more what I
He
mean.
looks to be human, a dark-skinned black male.
That's it. I mean, because I only suspect something because that room was hella cold, bro. Like,
Very true.
why was it that cold? Like, why you needed that cold, my dude?
I mean, vampires can feel the cold.
I mean, but okay, all right, true, but like, it's just stereotypically, yeah, something.
I mean, if he's in the Navy, I can personally guarantee you, it's not nearly cold enough to bother him because, like, out in the middle of the ocean, it could be 70 on shore. It's gonna be like 30 in the middle of the ocean.
Is he in the Navy?
He is a general in the Navy.
He is an
Okay.
admiral. Well, in the Navy they'd be admirals, but yes.
Ideally,
general.
he gets the military rank
Same
of
thing.
general because Opara's Navy. He doesn't actually go out on the seas anymore.
Okay.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Useless.
um,
I'm just joking.
yeah, that'll come out to a. I lost count. Hold on. 24. Was it 24?
Okay. With that, from what you get based off of him, is he seems to be a very hard person, but there was an edge of bitterness to his tone, and it didn't seem like his anger was all directed at Livia. It sounded more like worry, almost. Very similar tone that you've had from your mother about wanting to do things, where her anger is over her not wanting to put yourself at risk.
I see.
And as he sits
Okay,
across from
I'm
you and
starting
says,
to understand.
so you understand there have been many accidents that have happened that generally have been either considered something that has happened from my family or from our rival family. It is an unfortunate ongoing situation. And my granddaughter does not
Yes.
seem to understand the peril that doing such actions could put her life in.
Yes, General, I think I do understand the situation. But perhaps there are ways of working within our current limitations.
And with that, sliding back out towards the main room while you guys are all standing up there, Livia reappears walking quickly. And coming up to the high roller table, she says, "Everyone follow me. We need to speak." And the mood goes from jovial of all of them kind of smiling and laughing about the excitement to going dead ass cold and serious.
Is she talking to all the high rollers or everybody?
She seems to be speaking to all of the high rollers up there at the table.
Okay, so not us. We're good.
Oh no, you're considered a part of that group.
Can I cash out, for lack of a better term?
Yeah, I mean, if you tell the dealer that you want to get all your stuff together and have it like handed to Talu or whatever, or one of your people carry it, that's not a problem.
Yeah, talking about. Hey, she's calling all the high rollers. She's calling y'all. I'm good. I'm trying to weasel my way out of this.
I was gonna say, you see all the other bodyguards are moving with their masters.
At that point, I would walk in. I'd walk up and I'd be like, "All right, Talu."
Easy enough.
I would be like, "All right, Galileo, I'll take over."
Which,
But you've been. How are you feeling? I want to check to make sure he's not drunk first.
go ahead.
What would that be? Perception?
Yeah, be a bit of a sense motive. See if he seems to be intoxicated or sloshed.
I mean, I've had only 3 drinks. It's pretty much this night.
Oh yeah, you're fine.
That's gonna be a total of a 5.
Even if I had more, you wouldn't believe it
I was
anyway.
gonna say you can't. You know he's been drinking, but you can't really tell one way or another. Like you can smell a bit of the alcohol in his breath because it's strong, but you mean he doesn't seem to be stumbling.
I'm
Well, I
not
can start.
like I was before.
About to say, so I can do the math. I'll just have them put it all in a bag and then have Galileo bring it to me later.
Easy enough to have them set, as the dealer will start to have the chips counted and have the money brought out to you, or brought out to Galileo.
I will let it all ride. No, wait.
Let it ride.
Not to say, out of character, I pretty much plan on splitting this pretty goddamn evenly, or at least giving everybody another 25,000-30,000. So
Well, thank
I'd at least like
thank
a
you.
little bit of my winnings, because holy crap, that's all of my luck for like the next 2 to 3 games, guaranteed.
Look,
Yeah.
man, I'm not trying to be broke again. You're not gonna catch me gambling.
Never broke again. Never broke again.
That shit was-
Thin saying it to Talu.
That shit was a nightmare.
But it's a thin saying it to Talu. Don't steal anything.
When have I ever stole anything?
I don't know. I just feel like quite literally either somebody or something is going to try and steal that. I
mean,
will
if you
take-
divide it evenly. Everyone could get 100,000, like minimum,
Well, with
and
that being
still
said,
be enough to give Talu back his money and the money that Wanda gave.
So Wanda. Yeah.
I will pocket my dagger and that glowing orb. I'll have to check out the orb later, though.
Easy enough for you to do. Which, as you grab the orb actually shrinks and like fits to your hand size.
Okay.
Of course, Ruin's gonna walk behind just like an actual guard behind Sim.
It works as they all walk, and as you see that, basically, you notice she goes right up the stairs, and as she goes right, it seems to there's doors on left and right, and at the end of the hallway, what looks to be almost a dead end, there's some type of bust of a statue, and you see it just twist the head to the left and then to the right, and the statue immediately falls down into the floor. The wall opens up, and it seems to be a bit of a glowing portal that she just walks right into.
secret tunnel, secret
Secret
tunnel.
tunnel
Through the mountain.
Back in the room with the general, as he looks across at you and says, "There's no kind way to say this. My house moving against that of Orsov would end up being a quite bloody affair, as there's already issues of a possible civil war looming. I understand you care for your mother, but you understand that I cannot risk so many lives for one Oparan woman."
Your accident of war.
You wouldn't have to. You wouldn't have to risk anything, and your house wouldn't have to make a move against anyone else in Opara. I think I have a solution. As you know, my team at Aegis Academy is given special status to participate in real-world missions, some of which can be covert in nature.
Yeah, because we've been covert.
perhaps we don't. You don't need to dedicate any resources towards anything directly, but perhaps something that could support my team while we are in Opara. Nothing directly related to any actions we might take. You would have complete deniability. And we wouldn't be related to the Riverheart family at all.
Make a diplomacy check.
That's a nat 20.
Kind of takes a deep breath. Kind of seems to pause for a moment. And then stands up and says, I'll offer you what assistance that the Riverheart family can. This is a very precarious position, but you may be in a position to do something about this. I will see what intel that I can gather through my sources, and I'll make sure that information is passed along to you. Is there a particular place that it should be taken?
I will. What was that statue?
The general?
Yeah,
Yeah. I can meet someone there.
The Shining
can drop-
Obelisk?
yes, the obelisk.
Yeah. Just have someone pass me the information at the obelisk, because I'm not telling y'all where I live, bro.
And what time would I have someone do that?
The West Park District.
The West Park District, I'll say first thing tomorrow morning, I will be there.
Okay. I'll see what information my sources can gather over the next few hours then.
Thank you, General. I will make sure that they pay for the harm they've done to both our families.
May the gods aid you. He gives a nod, which you know is a military blessing that's given. As the saying is quite popular among the military because shit happens.
I mean, we got Sin who's fate touch, so technically we could be blessed by gods or cursed.
Yep, we won't know until we get there.
I mean, imagine if fate touched Sin winning all that money. It's almost like fate bent in his favor.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So with that, you see him pull back out the map and go to like look for Olivia and everyone, and they are not on the map.
Oh shit.
Oh boy. Did she make you guys at all?
No, she was asking for all the high rollers, so being a part of the high rollers table, two of us had to leave.
Ooh, what if she's trying to do some saving herself? She's trying to be a hero. She's a moron.
I wouldn't say hero. She's she's going for revenge.
She's basically going against her grandfather, which is in a covert way.
Yep. To which she, in this small room where you actually eventually meet her, she lands out there, and in this room you can see it seems to have battle plans up on the wall. It has markers down for people of the Orsov family. It has what looks to be artistic renditions of different members of the Orsov family.
Oh shit, we're starting a war.
And braced over the table, you see what looks to be schematics of the Orsov mansion in Worldbreaker Hill. And as everyone is gathered around and assembled, it says, with the resources at this table, we are going to crush the Orsov family once and for all. Because I will have my revenge. You see her slam her fist down onto the table.
Ruin actually feels exactly how she's feeling if he knows anything. Or if he finds anything about her mother.
I wouldn't say it's common knowledge yet.
So as of right now, he's like, revenge. He's just curious.
Like, everybody here has some reason to hold a grudge against the Orsovs. And we all have the funds available now to make that happen. And as agreed upon, she looks over at Sin. You received a large sum in order to assist us with the final piece. How soon can you be ready?
Oh shit.
Is she still pointedly looking at me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. I know several things. We've rolled to see what Sin would do. Okay, he's being himself, so it would be the objective of this. Clarify it for me. Revenge is a lovely broad term, but I need to know a little bit more.
And she kind of takes a moment and kind of looks you up and down and says, maybe I should clarify it. And with that, she kind of turns and looks around and says, every member here has been wronged in some way grievously by House Orsova. I intend to make sure that the house does not exist. In the course of the night, the house will be raided, everyone there will be destroyed, and it will be burned and razed to the ground. Whatever treasures are found there can be kept. I merely want to make sure that Lord Thorn Osova himself is deceased by my hand. Beyond that, everything else doesn't matter. And now, with the funds you received, you should have ample incentive to make sure that you are in agreement, as that was the agreement that was made. Lest I need to remind you of that, Aster.
No need to remind me of anything.
Wait,
How
hold
long
on.
are we here? We're here for a week, right? So if we're here for a week, probably, and we've spent like what, 1-2 days. We would need at least a minimum of 3 at best to draw like what we need to try to fill this role and not anything up.
No. Because
But I have
I'm going to do the best that I can to make sure we're part of an infiltration team rather than a raiding team. That way, we only need us. That is, if it's going to last this long.
Okay, so
Because Aster is going to wake up in a couple of hours and come knocking. And this tiny little kitsune needs to be gone. I have already made it into the hen house. I need to be running.
Wait, I have a quick question.
Yes.
So she still firmly believes that Sin is Aster, which is the people we took the place of.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But yet, she knows who Wanda is.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So why wouldn't she know
Because
that
Wanda
that is
changed.
Aster?
That's a good question that's about to get answered.
Okay. Because y'all had my head reeling because I'm like, wait, did Sin make a deal behind her back?
It's she kind of smiles and says it'll be quite simple. Segundo, you will have the shock troops that'll blitz the front door. Your men should be more than capable of overwhelming the initial magical assault. Then kind of gives a look to the side and says, Kasaka, your job, of course, will be the magical disarmament of the area. To make sure that there is an illusion in place that no one is the wise of what goes on inside and no one will be aware of it from a distance. Kanamuro, your units, of course, along with my men, will infiltrate silently as possible and take down key targets as quickly as possible to leave no witnesses and no chance of a defense to be mounted. And last but not least, looking over towards Aster, Quasar here will be the final piece that we need to be able to make sure that we can push through to the end. and to be able to deal with any situations that should come up.
Ruin's just curious. He's like, not even gonna say anything. He's just gonna stand there. Cold.
With that, you all have your orders. Will need to be prepared to move out in 4 hours. You have
4 hours?
You have the rendezvous points. Tonight is the night that Orsal
wow.
falls.
Tonight is the
This
night.
is happening tonight?
Oh no. No. This is bad.
This is really bad.
Let's fucking murder hobo this shit.
Hold on. Where the fuck is Seryu and how can we get out? Oh wait, Talu doesn't know.
And with
Talu's-
that, the others all
Talu's
take out.
leave.
Talu is getting a bag of holding delivered to him with a bunch of platinum pieces.
I am tucking it underneath my shirt for safekeeping and
Keep
finding
that shit
somewhere
away
like
from Seryu. Keep
Yeah,
that shit away from Seryu.
I am just hiding and like with my back against the wall type shit, trying to. Like,
I would probably say the safest
Yeah.
place for you would be the top of the high rollers table as it's elevated and you can see all around you. And nobody's
Yeah.
going up there.
That's what I'm doing. I'm chilling out there, just like, if anybody approaches me, I'm like, look, I'm just waiting for my lord to come back, and if you have any business, you can talk to him because I'm not capable of making decisions.
And as the others all step out to leave, and it's just Sin and Ruin, you're left with Livia, who gives, Livia and her bodyguard Elias, and just giving a nod to you, and she says, now you can drop the act. And she puts up air quotation marks, Aster. Aster may be short, but he is not as short as you are. He also doesn't have a Strix for a bodyguard.
Sorry, little buddy.
I mean, we made it this far.
Or
I mean, you should have kept the Nagaji.
or a Nagaji as a friend.
Oh shit.
Aster is quite racist and only
Oh.
deals with humans.
Well, that makes this a bit awkward. I'm gonna make sure at least my eyes shift in the sense that I'm not even human.
Very true. I
subtle-
understand that you are Team Moon Shadow. It looks like the word of your prowess kind of fits what I've been told. And seeing that I've met your teammate Wanda, and I can only assume that the ferret was the druid girl,
Yes.
then I'm fully aware that you were here and that things went in the way that they did accordingly. Consider your winnings, and she also air quotation mark, a payment to make sure that you are prepared for what's going on.
Payment. Okay.
Yo, she should know that you actually won that fair and square, though.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
going to emphasize
that's
when I tell Ruin I actually won something along the lines of 600,000 for us to split up later.
Oh.
And she kind of looks at you and says, do you not think that the dice were rigged?
Oh, I had an inclination that the dice were rigged.
The dice here in my establishment at the high roller table were all being controlled magically. You were going to win that regardless once I understood who you were, as it was a way we were going to give payment to Aster legally. So the funds couldn't be mistraced in some other backwater way. As you're here, I expect you to be far more effective than some low-level thugs.
Ruin's gonna be looking at you and goes, so what mage makes you want to hunt this specific person down of the Oslave family?
They murdered my father and mother.
She's Batman.
Ruin's literally going to grip a fist until his hand starts bleeding.
Ruin, we need everyone else here first. Hold on.
Just because of the mother part.
Yeah. I understand that. That's why it's kind of one of those. We need air quote Galileo here as well.
Ruin will stand there and go, so what do you need of us?
It's just as I said, you're here as our extra insurance to make sure that if something comes up we are ill prepared for, you deal with it.
I'm gonna blow it up.
So I can presume you've seen the Aegis Academy competition as well.
Very much so.
Whether it holds
Dang,
any
let me see
weight or
someone get
not,
knocked out.
We kill people.
our classmates were an accident. We don't enjoy doing that.
And she just kind of stares at you. I don't need you to enjoy it to be effective. I've waited 20 years for this night. And I will burn the city to the ground need be to get my revenge at this point.
I can blow it up.
No, you can't blow it up.
I was left with my father and mother's bleeding body lying atop mine. I will see everything that Orsov has burned to the ground.
Or disintegrated.
Good for her.
I'm with it.
Ruin is literally in agreement with her.
I say we nuke it.
Now, while they are powerful magic users in general and they have their own guards, we should be more than a match to overwhelm them with our combined forces with a surprise assault.
Are we sure?
Would you need us with you in the infiltration unit, or?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I want you to stay close to me until you're no longer needed.
Ruin's gonna nod his head. Got it. Personal guard, I guess. Ruin be like, very well, you have my sword.
And she gives a nod and says, that is the type of attitude that I like to hear.
Oh, I just thought of something bad.
My grandfather will not be in agreement with this, but the general needs not to know until it is already done.
Well, that's where you're wrong. But I don't. Are you guys still actually in the building, or did you leave?
No, we're still with her. She knew we were not
Who we said
who
we
we
were.
said we were.
Okay.
But it's one of those things that, like,
I
well,
heard that part. Yeah.
it's one
You
of those things
and
that, like, well, if they can take out the guy I hired, then obviously they're better than the guy I hired.
yeah.
Yeah. The only part I missed was where you guys actually physically are.
It's
No,
We're in a separate room.
Yes,
than
it's
you
a
and-
different
I
plane
see.
of room that's in the same dimension, but a different plane of existence. Kind of like your mini
see.
plane that you used to have in the first campaign. It's her way of getting around her grandfather's detection. As you understand, she would be aware of his map.
Got you. So my card wouldn't even see y'all either.
Nope. Looking at your card, if you tried to reach them, it would show they're not around and can't be contacted.
Hmm.
Bum, bum, ba-dum.
And where exactly are we to meet you in 4 hours?
I'm glad that you asked. We're to meet at the bridge of Worldbreaker Hill. Easily where we'll meet will be where the siege engine once sat.
Okay, I didn't hear that, Ace.
Yeah, I caught none of that.
Not a problem. We'll meet at Worldbreaker Hill where the siege engine once sat. Which is at the top of the district's large hill. You can tell there's a huge area where it looked like something used to sit.
You said siege.
Yes, indeed.
Alright, Worldbreaker Hill.
Basically, the
Where's
tallest
Siege
part of
Engine?
Worldbreaker Hill. There's a huge hill where it's at, where a huge magical siege engine used to sit that they could use to blast shit all around. And now it's no longer there for reasons. Just the foundations are there.
Ruin's already like, nah, I just need to get myself either a bracer or something of healing. Automated healing. And probably a boots of haste so I can hit hard one more time than I normally do.
I mean, we got 4 hours, so I don't think you're gonna be able to get any of that.
She kind of
Yeah,
gives a
that's all
look
I
to you
can
and
do.
says, is any of this going to be an issue for you? This is all off of the books, officially. You just were a lucky man who won a lot of money. For you and your teammates, it'll change your lives. And you never have to come back to Opara ever again after tonight.
If we survive tonight, ma'am.
If you can't survive tonight, then maybe you aren't worth the money that you were given.
Ouch.
Everyone's gonna look at Sin. Come on, Sin. You need to prepare.
Tick-tock, gentlemen. I'll see you in the battlefield.
I'm just gonna turn around and walk out.
She's looking back down at the schematics and plans. Which you're able to walk back out when you open the door. It shows the portal and you step right back out. And you seemingly step out almost beside where you actually went in at. Like almost walking out of the wall. Which you can see has windows to the outside. It's the far eastern wall.
And I start walking out and send Wanda a message over the card.
Yeah, easily.
All right. It's just gonna say we're leaving.
Which would be easy enough for you to get because Wanda, you and Luna would have been back in the main area where you've seen Talu by now.
Okay. And I would text back to him. We have House Riverheart support for our mission. We'll have more info in the morning.
I'm going to use message and do my best to send a message to Saryu saying get out now.
The only response you'll hear is soon as you leave the building.
Yeah, we will leave and get back in the carriage. And I will hold out my hand for the bag of payout from Talu.
Very much like when he gave you the money at the table, he's not gonna want to give up this one. Actually, he's just like you can tell he's messing with you just because.
But you're easily able to get it back. And with that, where are you guys headed back to in the carriage?
Ruin's gonna suggest we go straight to that statue because he wants Wanda to go in, to look inside there to see if there's anything that's gonna be helpful.
All right, we'll go back to the statue.
Right,
I
will
will
go there.
I will explicitly tell everyone that how much is in the bag, Ace?
Altogether, it is 560,000 pieces of platinum.
We've been given 560,000 platinum as a bribe to go raid. To go raid the household. Yeah, the house that is currently holding your mother.
Okay. Well, I could tell you why we can't. Okay. Actually.
So as helpful as that information might be, I have a feeling it's not going to reach the ears of Lady Riverheart due to the fact of in about 3 hours and 45 minutes, they are going to be storming the compound.
She doesn't know that her father has had a change of heart.
Grandfather.
Her grandfather. I'm sorry. I mean grandfather.
It's all good.
Her grandfather has had a change of heart. There is.
Also want to
You should
clarify,
try
he didn't
to-
say that he would actually do anything other than provide information.
Yeah, he said he was only going to provide information. He doesn't want to be a part of the civil war.
Well,
He wants
right.
to avoid it at all
Right.
costs. But it's going to happen, whether we want it to or not. And we are technically involved now.
See if you can. If she'll hold off for one more night.
No, she's not. The way she's set.
The party was to quite literally gather the heads of everyone she has begged, borrowed, stolen from, and bribed that have also been wronged by these people.
Oh,
We're
okay.
gonna have, we're
Like,
gonna have to get
I'll
Xavier.
let.
should we tell Seryu and Xavier what's going on? Because
Everyone's literally gonna say we're gonna have to tell Xavier and Saryu's team. They need to know
I
what
don't even.
they're getting into.
Okay, I will tell the general that plans are already in motion. Then
do you think you should tell him that it's his granddaughter? I feel like that's
I
information he
I
might need to
won't.
know.
I will not
I
tell
feel like
him
we should do
that.
this. I feel like we can do this. I feel like we should
can.
do this.
I do feel like we can do this. Like the way I'm seeing this all starting to kind of come together. It's
Ruins
just
is literally gonna say we're gonna be protecting Lady Riverheart for majority of the time. That is what we're gonna be. That's what this payment was for.
Yeah,
For us
yes,
to
but,
keep her
yeah.
safe.
but we're trying to protect her from someone that had Xavier shaking in his boots.
Yes, the only issue is gonna be Wanda here.
He had Xavier
Yeah.
shaking.
If he can
I want to
shake,
say he had Xavier shaking because he was specifically against people like Xavier. We are not vampires.
no, but
No,
Wanda,
No, but Xavier and Wanda are Dompiers. They
I
can
know.
be
Yeah.
dominated by vampires.
and if
so
there's
our
one
ally can
this-
easily become our enemy.
Our executioner.
It might be best to leave Xavier.
Let alone I don't want to
Wait,
fight
I'm
Wanda.
confused. I thought these people are the people who hunt vampires, not vampires.
They hunt
The
them
Riverheart.
to break them,
Yes.
turn them
Oh,
into weapons.
right, because they use them. They're like, okay, I remember. Never
they
mind.
use them
Yeah.
like freaking fighting dogs.
I remember.
Yeah, basically.
They use
So
them as tools
I
and then
think-
throw them away.
so I think we would probably be better off not having to fill Xavier in and catch him up and get him on board with something that's already in place and in motion. And it's sounding like, honestly, Miss Riverheart, it sounds like she did the hard work for us. We just need to execute.
That's I think another issue is your use of the word we. If they can do that to Xavier, and Xavier's worried about being dominated by them, what about you, Wanda?
But wasn't he alone? We don't know the full circumstance of
He was
who he was with.
So, do you want to take that risk where we might
I
put
got-
our own teammate down?
I mean, I
I
feel
would
like
not
I
do
feel
that.
like this is a solid team. I feel like we can. I feel like we have some workaround.
They can dominate
we
your
got-
mind and control you, Wanda. We will have to kill you to get you to stop.
No,
I feel like we need to ask our Seryu or Xavier about this.
like Luna's saying, we still need to tell everyone. We can't just keep it to ourselves and go off and do this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because this is now not just concerning us as students and as paid bodyguards, but it also because we are Aegis students,
Academy
so it involves
students.
Teleria itself.
You're right.
Yes.
You're right.
This
You know what? You're right. We should tell them what's.
But first things
And
first,
it's
let's
not
get
like-
you to the top of this statue. Everyone's literally gonna.
Been waiting all this time to get to the top of that statue.
I'm sorry. To the top of the statue. Yes. Up and away.
It's a
I
janitor's
hold out
closet.
my wings. I like spread out my arms like wings.
is there
Just wait to be lifted.
is there a temple to the Raven Queen or the god or goddess of magic around here?
There is one to the Raven Queen and of Nephis.
Nethys is
The magic. Well, one of the magic
Okay.
ones. There's a couple of them. Magic's
Okay.
a lot.
yeah.
How am I
I'm-
get walked to the top of that tower?
Yeah, I need a few minutes to think. I'm gonna point towards the temple. I'm gonna be there.
I'm gonna follow Sin because I don't think Ruin's gonna try to fly me up there if it thinks I can fly.
Exactly. You can fly on your own. You're good.
You can fly on your own. All right. So with that, you being plopped up there.
Like I'll take Wanda toward the door. I go, your little brooch thing will fit in there. That damn necklace.
Alright. I approach, and you said there was like a divot in it or something?
Yes, there's a divot with a little skull and cross.
Okay. Okay. I'll, this is the one on the necklace,
It
Yep.
is.
the pendant. I match it up and I insert it into the divot. Is it a press or a turn?
Once you put it in, it's actually just a depression. But once you enter it down, you see that once it kind of gets down, there's a small glow, which actually glows up a little bit. And
I'll
from
pull-
what you can see, all of a sudden there seems to be like the red, almost like blood, seems to seep out of it and create what looks to be some type of doorway that then depresses down with a kind of slight red glow. At least stairs leading down into the place.
Do you, Wanda? Unless you want me taking point.
No. This is here for me. Or at least the key was given to me. I should be the one to go first.
After you.
And I cautiously go. Is this like going down into the statue?
Yep, it's going down into the
It's like a
base that the
Statue of Liberty
sits
type
on.
thing?
So not into the statue itself,
Okay.
but into the base that the statue is on, which is huge to begin with also.
All right.
So as you walk down the steps, lower and lower into the steps of this area, this is where we'll bring our story to a close this week.
Nah. Okay.
It is getting late as fuck, and I do have work tomorrow. So
So
Yeah.
do I, ma'am.
why?
No,
Why do I have?
No, I said I also have work tomorrow. So I was agreeing.
Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I thought.
You getting all up in arms and shit, getting your butt all tight for no reason.
I was.
Excellent work. You guys are rolling in the money now.
Nah.
Rolling in the
I
engine.
don't know.
For now,
We could
right?
just die. We could die, bro.
Oh no, we got played like a fucking fiddle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what this weed shit is. I was just following y'all around.
That's the thing is, Wanda got played, but by transitive, we all got played. We're not gonna leave our friend out in the cold, but Wanda, like any reasonable person, heard information about their parent that's missing. They want it.
Yeah,
We-
it was
we
a
got-
trap.
We got dragged along by the nose.
It was.
Very much
I mean,
so.
let Tolu find out his dad's missing. See how that reaction comes out.
I mean, ideally, we're put in a position where one of your teammates is going to have to walk away from their mother being held captive, which is going to be
True.
difficult for anybody to do at the best of times.
They might.
Very much so.
So
Once-
while it might be the smart and safe thing to do is to play the long game, it's hard to just sit there and walk away knowing that your parent and know the location that they are is being held captive and being able to do nothing about it when the opportunity presents itself, such as this.
Yeah.
Not to
And if
mention
we
the
survive
fallout if we
this-
don't.
If we survive this, I am totally chewing out Ruin.
Yeah, you can go ahead and try. Ruin will literally just push past you if he has to, because he understands the feeling of losing your mother to somebody and wanting to get back at that said person.
That's reasonable. But now you have everyone's blood on your hands, because when you said you have my sword,
I
you
said
signed
mine.
the team.
I was like, I said my sword.
Yeah, by extension, signing the team. And we now have to live up to that. It might be your sword, but everyone here has to stand behind it.
Not
I don't know,
really.
man. You're the one who accepted the payment.
Yeah, let's say you.
I
kinda
haven't
took-
accepted anything. I haven't passed anything out.
So we can easily just drop it back
Yeah.
off.
Yeah, that's true. That's
That
Got
is
true.
half
You
a mind
could
to-
return
You
it.
could
show
turn
up at the-
around and just get handed right back and just be like, "This is yours," and walk away.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I have in mind is to basically show up and just drop the bag and go, I didn't receive any payment, and walk off
Which is easily viable.
and make an enemy.
You're gonna sit down and walk away from 600,000 platinum.
It's not even
Sorry,
about that.
500,000
It's a
platinum.
principle. For
Much
Ruin.
as it might
Yeah.
suck, yeah, I value my teammates more than 600,000 platinum.
I mean, it is a tough position to put yourself into because, for Sin's perspective, you have to think about the betterment of your team, pushing your team into that situation. If worse comes to worse and one of you dies, what the fuck is he supposed to go tell Sprata when he gets back to Aegis Academy? We got offered a bribe to help murder a bunch of nobles in Opara, and I was like, well, fuck it, why not?
Yeah,
And what if that person that dies is Talu?
yeah. Talu died, and I lost the God Killer. Oops, sorry. No.
Cool. Half of Opara exploded because Talu died.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is.
Oh well. I mean, you're right.
Oh, and just for
Hey,
the
you're
way
team leader now. You
the
could
royal
absolutely
family
say,
of
"You're not doing
Opara
this."
knows the Grand Prince Davin has now declared war on Teleria because Telerian students from Aegis Academy caused the catastrophe, caused all the issues. So now we have warfare also, sir.
Yeah, not only did I start an internal civil war in Opara, but I also started a national incident resulting in full-out warfare. Because 100% understood from Sin's perspective, Ruin sympathized with this woman, but this woman was too far down the path of revenge that she didn't care how much burnt. She just wanted one thing to burn.
Yes.
Hey man, somebody's got to make history. Might as well be us.
Look, that's actually a very good catch, Sin, on that part. Not even since motoring that she's willing to do whatever it takes, regardless of the consequences, to get her revenge at this point.
You know, it doesn't even make sense that she says that the dice were
They were loaded.
we were gonna win either way because we didn't win many times.
Oh no, the other stuff you weren't supposed to win. It was the high roller table.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I know. But like he had to scrounge up money because he didn't win multiple times.
Oh, don't worry. Eventually, it would have been found a way to actually make sure that Sin was going to succeed with the money.
Right.
Yeah, because it kept bouncing back and forth between me starting and the Riverheart heiress starting. It was quite literally boiling down to the fact of the best of 5.
No, I know, but even before that, you had to scrounge up money at least 2 other times to try to get to that point.
Yeah, because they were basically trying to back me into a corner to keep up the facade, to then
Yeah.
Raise the
build
stakes
to that
one-
point.
Because had we
Ideally, once
been
you
high
get them-
rollers,
Yeah, you get them invited into it. You get them invested into a round, and then you raise the stakes drastically where there's that backing out of it isn't an option because there's too much to lose. It's a common thing that
Yeah.
actually happens in
Yeah.
the Texas Hold'em tournaments all the time that they have on ESPN. Is that
Okay, I see.
it's ideally that once you get to a certain point, losing would be too detrimental, especially when the possibility of victory is there.
Yeah.
I
Because the detriment for losing would have been, okay, we're out of a lot of money, and then she would have just told me to come anyway and given it to me.
Yes.
Or if I would have walked away, I would have blown our cover and we would have been captured, and then basically, if you want your freedom, do as we say.
Okay, that makes sense.
Which is a beautiful thought process of any criminal mastermind. Because
You want to make sure
Yeah.
that all the options that are out there are all options that you want your people to take.
exactly.
So it doesn't matter what way you go through the maze, whether it's left, right, up, down, or backwards, as long as every direction an option leads to where I want you to go. Don't care how you get there, as long as you're getting there where I want you to be.
Like when a magician rigs the crowd.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I understand.
So yes, ideally the play was from the beginning, which she didn't fully know that somebody was there because the whole vanish and the level of stealth that the cloak gives you was a lot. But once you got to the table, it can recognize, okay, that's possibly Talu. But then seeing that's a Nagaji and there's a Strix here, because there aren't many Strix in Opara. It's like, okay, putting those two together makes a lot more sense.
Short guy sitting at the table is not.
And while this guy is dressed in a very garish fashion, he doesn't give me the feeling of the Opara, the Cheliaxian that I dealt with. And so it, more than likely, the only other people that would be this close or involved to get close to her would either be... The Orsovs wouldn't do it because it's too overt. So that just leaves that adding the things together, she knows who you guys are, while the others at the table don't pay attention that much.
Oh,
Right.
and I can definitely almost guarantee that there was an obvious zoom in after I ended up popping Quoza's head like a fucking grape, and before I transformed into my Kitsune form. So there is obvious. Okay, there's been a jumbotron version of Sin somewhere out there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You on
people
YouTube
watch your
somewhere.
shit on.
So it took a moment for her to
Replay, bro.
recognize you, but once she did, she was like, okay, now this all makes a lot more sense of who you are and what they are. And also add in Talu, it's like, okay, that makes a lot more sense now.
What do you mean? What do you mean add in Talu?
Well, ideally,
You're
you and Ruin just make a site because there's not many teams that have a Nagaji and a Strix.
Ah.
You're fairly distinctive personalities to try to even hide between your large size and bulk and Ruin's wings and physique. You're not the normal type of people. It's a lot easier to pass off humans, hell, even tieflings. Gonna be more commonplace, but having you all combined together, especially since they saw you internationally on a whole big ass screen murdering people, it's kind of
I mean, I wasn't there.
not cheap.
Accident.
But your team also was all put out there, so people know you from being on the team.
Yeah.
Assholes,
Future.
getting me in trouble.
In the future, we gotta think going undercover. We can't all be undercover together.
Yep.
I mean, it'll all fade in time, but for somebody that was aware of you beforehand and was looking and expecting you all for quite some time, you showing up here makes a lot of sense, because that's how she would expect you guys to act as Aegis students. Infiltrate and get close to the target. But yeah,
We got pretty close to.
I would say she had a good idea that you weren't the one, but then with Talu said it, it was like, oh. And then seeing Ruin, because she spotted Ruin out in the crowd, like, this makes a lot more sense now.
It's all coming together.
Very much so.
Yeah. Not in the best way either.
I don't know. I feel like, okay, honestly, the more I think about it, the more I'm thinking this might actually, be working out the best way it can. It's happening fast, but
I feel like we
As
can
far as
survive, but I'm not 100% confident as to say we're gonna get away clean.
That's
yeah,
the
there's that.
difference.
There's that. I don't know that we're gonna get away clean.
Especially
Yeah,
considering
I'm not. Go ahead.
But we have 4 hours of prep time, so
We have
we can go.
3 hours and 45 minutes of prep time.
I
We
mean,
have-
you'd
I'm
also
not
need to
fully
travel, so you have
positive.
about 3 hours.
Yeah. So we got
I'm not
3
fully.
hours.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
not fully positive we would all survive, though.
Yeah, and see that's a really big problem because what happens? We have to unceremoniously shove someone or two people in a bag of holding, and then get back to Aegis and be like, yeah, Ruin and Wanda died. How did Ruin and Wanda die?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
As
Talu
team
would die
leader,
before
it's-
Ruin.
yeah.
And there's also the other added part of, do you want to get Team Obsidian Jade involved?
Honestly, yeah.
Well, they
I
can be
don't.
a massive boon. Do you want to expose them to that and also make them accomplices in all this, or do you want to give them some actual deniability?
I
No.
really do want to give them as much deniability as possible.
the thing is that also
And I don't.
that strips away our what I'll call it a lifeline. It might
Yeah.
make the mission easier, but diplomatically, it like A said is we're dragging them into it too.
Yeah.
So it's like
For
we
me,
might make it safer, but it's gonna be
But-
an issue.
For me, it's one of those things.
also-
I am on the edge of just giving them back the money and letting Ruin beat me up for as long as he wants, because I am choosing to take the safety of our people over his personal feelings of what he believes to be right. I understand getting revenge on something or on someone for what they've done. I am not about to let my friends die, though. And they can't guarantee our safety. If they can't guarantee our safety, they can't guarantee nothing will happen. She can say it all she wants, but she can't prove it.
Very true. And
And-
it's not as if the Orsovs aren't a powerful family to begin with.
True.
Exactly. And on top of it, it's not just, oh, we helped them out. I will explain it as many times as Ruin needs it. I am the apprentice of the Archmage of Teleria now. Diplomatically,
Yeah.
that holds a lot of weight. If we just go off and do this, Teleria is now involved. And we don't have the authority to make that decision.
I mean, technically, y'all about to go and murder the Celine of Opara.
You know, all we need to do, I mean, Sin would make the choice ultimately, but either way, we should just ask the people who understand the things the most, like Xavian, and maybe
Yeah.
what her face's grandfathers grant him.
Oh, that was going to be the next thing. Is Sin is probably going to immediately dimension door away and basically be like, all right, your granddaughter is attempting to attack them, or more accurately, send Luna, Ruin.
I'm seeing like a few different angles we can take this.
There are multiple different angles you could take about this, and the outcomes will play out accordingly.
Okay,
I
what's
mean-
your chief what's the chief thing you see going wrong? Sin. Like, what's the biggest obstacle that you see us being in our way?
It's an ambush.
Time.
This
The
doesn't go.
vampires?
This straight up just doesn't go clean. Lo
The
and behold,
vampires that are starved
Okay.
and treated badly and like forced to hunt whatever they can, right? Isn't that like the biggest problem?
I mean, they do have Berserker
Right.
Vampire that will probably be somewhere on the grounds that they could activate.
Yeah,
But-
that doesn't sound fun to fight.
I mean,
I'm-
it
I'm-
won't be.
So,
I'm saying
well, I feel like
my luck holds out for the dice rolling game, and lo and behold, okay, we are rolling fabulously throughout the night.
Mm-hmm.
We survive,
Yeah.
but that doesn't matter. Someone somewhere knows that this was the Riverhearts. We
Right.
are infamous. Because of the tournament,
So-
they know what we look like.
Yeah, I'd say
Any sort of bad rep
Mhm.
will stick to us like Velcro. The minute this goes out, we're done.
Yeah.
We're murderers. We're warmongers. We are horrible people that want nothing but our own agenda to be pushed forward, and we crave violence.
There's also another issue that I think I DM'd Pyro about. Say things go south, Talu's knee-jerk reaction is gonna be, "I need to save my team,"
True.
and
That means Zaladar.
that means Zalarar.
How are we going to wipe that one under the table?
Secondly, if things don't go south, or if things go south in a different manner, you gotta remember how Talu was talking to Sin about Avalir. He understands the idea of wanting to love and protect a city/community. So if at any point it turns to where the community around the area might be in danger, he's gonna jump into protective mode. Because guess what? It's gonna trigger him to the point of like, oh god, this is Avalir all over again. I gotta protect these people.
Because we do win. We do break their lines. They can't control their ravenous Dawn peers anymore. We have civilians then that are just walking blood bags.
Yep.
And we have starving bloodsuckers.
So not even dealing with the Dampier if they attack you, what if those Dampier as wild animals escape and run away, because they are extremely mobile also, and basically you let a bunch of ravenous Xavians out into Opara?
It's Avalir all over again.
Are you then going to spend the time to track down each Dampier that got free and follow the trail of destruction they cause in Bloodlust, and then dispatch them after that point? Or do you raise the alarm to the military that an emergency has popped out, and then deal with the consequences of destroying one of the advisors to the king?
So I'm hearing there are 3 ways that we can do this. We either need to do this very well and very loud and make sure no one knows it was us, or we do it in a way that they do know it's us and it's okay, or we just find a different way to do this.
Before we go on figuring out plans, can we get the credit scenes? Because I am trying to go to bed.
Okay.
If there are credit scenes, I'm sorry.
Very true. I will actually give you that. As things fade in, you see that Xavian is actually walking along the Skysword as some of the crew around. And then he kind of has this realization. Neither of the 2 teams are here. As he kind of speeds around, looking over the whole ship, realizes that they're gone. Asks around, realizes they've been gone for hours. And almost as if the light bulb starts to go over his head, it's like, worst comes to worst, where the fuck could they be? And taking out his card and looking, realizes that where you guys are, grabbing some covers to kind of cloak himself a bit more, and he immediately begins to head that way, as he intends to watch you all from a distance to see what is going on and figure this out. As he knows these streets better than most. The second part would be, while sitting in his office, realizing that his granddaughter may be becoming unhinged as he begins to speak with her. The general goes to leave his office and realizes that his door is locked.
Ha ha! Damn.
And being a bit confused, begins to shake at it a bit more. And then bang on and begin to call for guards. And on the outside, it's completely silent as the room has been magically sealed. Where it'll release in enough time, but it'll be at least long enough that he can't stand in the way of what's going on. And it gives him deniability that he was locked into this room, so he couldn't have been a part of anything going on.
True. I don't know. Yeah, true.
And the last scene shows a figure being slowly crawling away from an alleyway as a purple glow slowly seems to lift him up in the air with them screaming, "No! No!" with them trying to grab onto the side of the building and then being drugged with their nails cracking against the wood back into the alley until there's a loud snap.
Naomi, why?
And all of a sudden, you see that the figure looks like Naomi, not dressed as Naomi in a Philly dress, but in black leather pants with dark heels and a black bodice that's strapless, their hair flowing down, and kind of dark purple lipstick, kind of shaking her hair out. Now, where was I? Who was left? So many people, so little time. And she kind of does a I crack myself up. And then she begins to walk down the street whistling to herself.
I'm gonna nuke her.
I like how nuking everybody is the option for you. It's like, I got the
Right?
nuke, I need to use the nuke.
No.
Gotta use it on everybody. Jeez.
I mean,
Down
I
low.
have, I might have out of character reasons why.
I can also
No.
understand wanting to nuke
That
her.
particular one.
Like, it's
The
not
way this
personal.
campaign is going, like you're definitely gonna get the chance to use it.
No.
We're making enemies that are big and powerful enough, like every other session.
Oh, I just thought of something terrible too.
Hmm.
Naomi has a barrier,
She does.
which only empowers my siege mode.
Ah!
It does.
Oh man.
Damn. That just damn. I don't know.
Nice.
I'd need a high enough persuasion check from Sin, more than likely, or diplomacy check for him to sway Ruin.
See, this is
possible.
the part where it's going to be
Yes.
one of those. I'm going to try and talk you down, and if that fails, I'm going to dimension door 740 feet away from you towards that, and just start raising alarms. I will blast lightning bolts into the sky, mobilize the guards and whatnot, because
Basically, we'll set
this
off all the
cannot-
alarms before it happens, so that way it's not even a viable strategy anymore.
Yeah,
And once that does happen, there's nothing that's going to be changed about it, because at that point it's going to be too late for sure, because then their guards are going to be up permanently, at least for as long as you guys will be around.
exactly.
So it is a very viable strategy where just doing that enough allowed. Ideally, the secrecy and the speed of doing it tonight after there's the huge party that's been done is the part that gives the believability, because they've been seen there, they've been out there gambling, there was a large crowd around. Tonight would not be the night they would have their guards up. So that's what makes
Yeah.
it the best time to strike, because they're unaware in the first place that there is even something to be aware of. That's what
Unless there's a
Unaware and
spot.
unprepared.
being
I
unaware.
understand.
That's it makes
Oh
all the
no!
difference.
So think about this. This is going to be Ruin and Sin's first fight.
Oh,
It is.
Yeah, and you know the sad part is, at this point, the way things are going, all Sin would have to do is tell Talu, "We're raising alarms. We're stopping this," and Talu's like, "Okay."
Okay.
Wait, why is it Ruin and Sin's first fight? Because Sin doesn't want to do it, but Ruin does?
Because of Ruin's belief at this present point in time about a justifiable revenge
Mm-hmm.
versus Sin's
Blinded.
belief of you're just being blinded by rage,
Yes.
and you don't care about what you do to get it.
Yeah. Ruin is feeding this girl's vengeance justifiably.
I
But
understand.
what has
that.
yet, yeah, but it's not that
Because
Sin
they
doesn't
both come from the
understand
same
Ruin's standpoint.
Cloth. They both come from the same cloth, pretty much. Ruin and whatever.
Olivia?
Livia. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
They're both one of the same cloth. They both lost a parent to somebody, and they seek their own personal justice against them.
I understand. I understand both wanting to protect your team and wanting to get revenge.
Revenge.
I'm more likely to listen to my leader, though, than to argue because I understand how it feels to be argued with as the leader.
Yeah, Ruin
To not know what to do and
heart on his sleeve, pretty much. So he follows.
yeah. I'm excited to see how that works out. Please
So am
stay
I.
friends. They stay
I
friends.
just
That
find
would
it
be really
amusing.
sad.
I find it amusing that thanks to Ace wanting those extended background stories, Pyro knows, and Ace obviously knows. The reason I had mentioned the idea of ask Talu about what he would feel about it being his dad, Talu would be like, they can keep him. Because in Talu's backstory, his dad was a con artist who got into trouble with the wrong people and ended up getting Talu's mom killed.
Ooh, that's rough. Yeah.
So Talu's like, yeah, let the bastard rot. He's not gonna actively go and do it himself, but he wouldn't lift a finger to save him.
For me, I don't know. I wouldn't be as inclined to find her and save her, but I would be worried about her. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, I wouldn't be like Wanda though, because my mom's a bitch. That bitch, she deserves a little bit of, suffering. She could stay a little bit.
Damn. Well, with all that being said, I thought it was quite well and quite well done. And
It
I'm
was
looking
fun.
forward to all the rest of the shenanigans that are going on.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
These are some high stakes shenanigans we're playing with.
No more after credit scenes. We're all done.
that was all of it. But to answer Mia's question, yes. When it comes to the other people that were at the high roller table, Livia literally set up this whole party just to give them all viable reasons to be together, to be seen and have deniability, and to be able to then mobilize quickly to try to take out the Orsovs when their guards were down. The whole party was basically a big front.
So this is premeditated to the nth degree.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
This was completely set up and done that way where they would. That's why, if you remember in the beginning, they looked bored as shit sitting there spending money. But then when Livia and you got there, they got more excited because that means that plans were a go at that point.
Yeah.
Aw, I gave that murder. I gave that murder's bitch my ring.
Yep, and they all have reasons to hate the Orsov family personally.
Which is the worst part of it, because the first thing I know Sin would do would be to stare at Ruin and go, "You might have lost your mother, but are you willing to risk every mother in this town for her revenge?"
And all your friends, and all the children, and the fathers, and the doggies, and cats, and
if Tyler dies, everything else.
Fuck them kids.
I think that's what we were talking about.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, there's always a lot of different things that could go. I mean, it is a mansion of a highly established noble family that's wealthy, with military and magical power at their disposal. You can imagine that it's not going to be as simply as just walking in there and then everything is fine. It's about how quickly, I will say the goal of this will be how quickly you can get to terminating the targets before all the defenses are raised and the alarms are set off.
Yeah, exactly.
Which our team is not exactly known for.
No, we are decidedly terrible at that.
Half of us are.
Bro,
which half?
My whole thing almost hinges on my ability to be stealthy, which I'm really good at, and even I just will walk right up to the bad guy and be like, "Hey, here I am. How you doing?"
I mean, you do realize stealth does work, that if there's nowhere you can hide, they can see you regardless of your stealth.
Yeah.
Well, yes, but like I didn't realize I was gonna open the door and like be right there in the man's face. Like
Well, I
that's
mean, the door unlocked. It wasn't like it was a quiet unlocking. It loudly just unlocked itself. And then you opened it so he could see you there in the doorway. Like, because you would step in and then he turned around and said, "The hell are you doing here?" Because you're not invisible.
you aren't supposed to be here.
Right. The key thing
You aren't
is
supposed to be
having
here,
a high
damn it.
stealth doesn't make you invisible. It makes it easier for you to hide, not be seen. But only invisibility makes you invisible.
Yeah, like Sin is also very stealthy, but Sin is one of those. My magic is the not loud part of me. Everything else is
Yeah.
quiet.
Also
I feel
very
you. And
viable.
Wanda's stealth is the only not loud part of her.
But they also
Well,
doesn't
obviously, but
the spell knock also create noise?
It does.
Yes, it does.
It loudly
you know, now that I
makes
think about
it
it,
makes a loud knocking sound on the door as it then unlocks it.
That's cute.
now that I think
Yeah.
about it, that's kind of in the name. I feel stupid. I feel so stupid.
No, you're
I
not.
really was like, I got lock picks. I could easily just.
It's just one of those things that you overlook. It's easy to overlook because it's not something that you think.
Like
about.
when I.
But it worked.
No, that was stupid. That was stupid. I forgot I could shapeshift in a hole, bro.
Well, what is it? It's one of those things that a lot of people don't understand is the fireball spell actually leaves no lingering flame and doesn't have a concussive wave with it.
Yep.
So you can actually use it in small confined spaces and not run the risk of collapsing a mine or depressurizing like a submersible.
That is true.
That's-
Yeah.
It does have a 20-foot diameter, which is a lot of space, but it doesn't make a large concussive force like if you threw a grenade or something like that. It's magical fire that expands out and then pulls back.
It's very bright, but it's not very hard.
Oh,
Exactly.
Or very
It's bright
Yeah,
and
yeah,
hot
yeah.
as shit.
Yes, it's just not very concussive with the force. It won't blow you away. Unless the fireball itself hits you in the chest with the magical force being sent of it as a bead and then carried you into the explosion, a la, I would say, the wind shuriken from Naruto would be a good example.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
that
Mm-hmm. Yep.
all the great stuff.
Oh damn! You have a Sharingan. Well, I didn't really need it.
I mean, had you not answered the general that third time, you would have. My man pulled out the blick for a reason.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? No, he was ready to go. I mean,
I mean,
yeah.
that went pretty easily, and I didn't expect it to go that easily. I thought we were going to.
I'm very glad that the Riverhearts turned out to actually be not bad
Terrible.
people.
That we
Yeah.
know of.
Yeah.
Because, like, originally I wanted to just come up and be like, hey, I got this letter from you guys in the first place. But
It probably would have been better to do that, sadly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could
Either
also
way.
just waited for her to come down, and then she would have been announced, and then you would have been like, "Oh yeah, that's the person on my letter. Let me go talk to her."
That
I was
would've been
trying to
one.
catch them. I was trying to catch them off guard.
Wait a minute. I feel like that would have been a setup too, because if she already had these plans in motion, she gives us the
It
information,
would've.
and then either one we act that night, or two, she can easily be like, "Well, these people had information on their mom being there."
I mean, at
And
least
now
it
where
would
does
have
it go?
been more out in the open and less likely to be murdered without anybody seeing it. Like we
No,
could
I'm saying-
have been.
Yeah, that would have been great for them because it would have been one of those. Not only could they have given us the information, gotten us to do most of the dirty work ourselves, they could have played hero, tried to save them, but were inexplicably too late to stop them. And then we're branded as not only assassins, but then again, the whole warmongering, evil people from Teleria.
Yep.
And they get to pure profit off of us.
That could be quite the thing.
Yeah.
It was all possible.
We were gonna be the scapegoats.
Pretty much. That was close. Dodged a bullet there.
I mean,
Only to swerve right into the next bullet.
Hey, semantics.
sometimes it is what it is.
It is what it is.
We're so bad at
It is what it
dodging
is.
bullets. Stormtroopers would hit us.
That's true.
No.
I was actually laughing earlier. I was like, you know what? It's simple. Look, it's a big red button. They gonna press it. It's not in their nature not to press the red button.
Nah,
I
Sin,
mean,
Sin is gonna make a lot of enemies soon. There's no doubt
Nah.
about it.
you got one ally for sure.
But I will say that, actually, I'll say, if you would, Sin, before we go, make a sense motive check.
Oh crap! I put all my dice away. I heard end credit scenes and I put my dice away.
Wait, you can roll in my chat.
Nah, I ain't trusting that shit. My luck is with my dice. I need to keep true.
I like the way it's like, nah, I'm not trusting
You know what?
that shit.
Just for that, I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna roll in my chat first,
Mhm.
and then we'll see what you roll.
I do better than a 19, boy.
I tied a 19.
Oh my goodness.
I tied a 19. What's up?
Okay, 19, and then I need to pull back up Sin because I think it's a 6, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, gives you a 25 total.
Sense motive, yeah, 6, so 25 total.
What you remember is that while, you think about the whole idea, how she said it was all set that way, you'll realize that she was trying to beat you in that contest. While you might have got the money still, she wanted to win in that moment and lost.
See, I knew. I felt it in my soul. I
She
felt it.
Oh, she
played the political game.
Right.
She wanted to back me into a corner, and then you hold that over my head. I managed to win, so she just tried to turn the tables on me.
Very much so.
Yeah. I
Well,
felt it.
Yeah, I was going to say that it came down to it that, hell, fuck is her name? Hold on. Not Livia, because Livia, truly, that was her plan all along to go along with that.
Soccer, Reishi.
But look, Lady Reishi, she was trying to beat you in that contest and lost.
Aww. Did
Were the
put off-
dice really?
Did she put
Sorry.
off any vibes that she could also be a kitsune? Because she's wearing kind of the same garb, or is it just the she has cultural influence, or in or the other region where kitsune live?
Ideally, I would say it did send up warning bells that she's had a lot of the same mannerisms you're used to, but she didn't give away anything per se.
Okay,
So
so
it's
she's
one of
either
those, it's
very good at it.
like who you be.
Yeah,
Don't worry about it. I'm a wife her up.
What?
you're gonna get knifed the
Okay.
fuck up, boy.
I don't think. Yeah, you might.
You know what? I'm a wife her and her bodyguard up. Shit.
Alright, so when Talu dies and explodes,
Yes.
we gotta make sure we're not within radius. Got it.
Oh
That is
god,
Were the dice really weighted?
Were the dice really weighted?
They weren't weighted. They were magically manipulated.
Were they magically weighted?
You don't know
Odds.
that, ma'am.
odds
No,
are,
you don't.
if they weren't manipulating my dice. They were manipulating the lady that I was in contest with
Yes.
to make her lose.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I needed to roll high enough to be in the running to win, so that way they could make her just barely lose.
That's why. I
Won't they gonna be
noticed-
like, I don't want that money?
Well, I mean,
Sorry.
that's why you would notice that in that last moment she looked shocked that she lost. Like the fuck.
Ooh.
It was the thing being Sin being him and kind of contemplating all of this. I don't mind laying out what Sin plans on doing. Is he's gonna try and talk to the Raven Queen. Whether that works or not, he has no clue. But he is.
Wait, like the god, the Raven Queen?
The last time I went into a Raven Queen temple, the cleric that was there immediately recognized what I was. I know that there's a pool of blood somewhere that I have to commune with to try and talk to her. I don't want anyone to die unnecessarily tonight. She would be the number one person to know because she's the goddess of death.
That's kind of her thing.
I need to. I need to figure out how to prevent this from happening, because it's not just going to be that household. It's going to be the people that are hired. It's going to be the innocent bystanders, because this is not going to go quiet.
It's literally like the opposite. Like, we're just gonna be going into rampage, bro. Murder hoboing. This
is literally the scene of Helm's Deep, where they've already planted the powder kegs, and that Orakai is running with the torch. I am trying to be Legolas and put that dude in the dirt before he makes it.
Yep.
And I am pulling out everything that I can think of to prevent this. Because I know my best friend, seeing how driven he is, I know I'm going to hurt him in one way, shape, or form. But I can't call myself a leader if I don't prevent as much damage as possible. There is a losing situation. And that's what we are trying to be cornered into.
I feel that.
Now, granted, I'm going to definitely make an enemy of the Riverheart, Lyra. Livia, sorry. Livia. On the sole purpose of, I'm going to show up, probably, or almost by myself, and be like, you have one of three options. You can take your money back, and we're done with this. You can enjoy giving me this money as a bribe to keep my mouth shut, or I can just run away with this money. You pick.
That would do it.
Because I won 600,000 gold, or 575,000 gold. In that game.
So you don't...
Legally, it's mine. She herself said it. This is untraceable.
Technically, that it's legally traceable. As
it's legally traceable.
It's something that can be verified was won, so that way the money and funds of a large amount transferring between people. It was just a game. It's just a game of chance.
But to show up dead the next morning, it's kind of one of those, this is not just a game no more.
That's also
no, but what she can do is use legals against you, because she is rich with a lot of backing, and we do have there's proof that we were already lying about who we were. You know what I mean?
Which we can easily turn around and go to her grandpa and say, look, you need to help us out because this is your granddaughter, she's fucking it up.
Yeah.
I mean, but would they go against a kingdom like that? Yeah. That's the question.
I mean, technically, the way he looks at it is we just prevented his household from entering a very bloody war with another household.
Starting a civil war.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Because I've been in this situation before. I've seen this go down. I have seen this go down exactly like this, and like, I'm not gonna say that it's gonna end up exactly like this, but when it went down for me, it's what you're about to do that actually fucks everything up. Like, when my team went behind my back to just do something, and I thought that they were being impulsive. Like, I really thought that they had the wrong idea. I really thought I was doing the wrong, like I was stopping them from making a mistake. But like, it was kind of the same situation. They kind of had their plan together. They kind of knew their shit. We just had to trust them. And like, yeah, some things kind of came out of left field and the plan got derailed in the end, but like, I don't know. This doesn't feel like that same situation can happen here. This really feels
like... Which
moment
are you talking about?
I'm talking about when you, when we were doing the peace talks, and Grisham took the army and the whole team, and they went and jumped Sprata on his way back to Teleria, and then I went, and it was only because I intervened and you came in with extra support that Sprata wasn't expecting. Like, that's the only reason that went not according to the plan in the first place.
I think Sprite was expecting. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say the thing about that is I wouldn't say it's metagaming in the sense that we're using unfair knowledge. I would say it's more the idea that you assuming Ace is gonna throw us into the same scenario rather than switch it up, much like in Naruto where they gave him that the unpassable quiz.
Right.
He changes it from when his brother was in the academy to when Naruto comes to the academy. He alters it.
Right.
While it seems the same, the actual passing answer is quite different.
Right. Absolutely. And like I said, I don't know the passing answer here. I just know.
Yeah, you know what you.
I just know either way we're making decisions based on incomplete information.
100%. And Sin is being the practical person in the sense of, I can't put my team, this city, and and our country at risk for the vengeance of one girl. I am not saying she doesn't deserve it. I am not saying Ruin is in the wrong. I am saying I, as the team leader who will be held responsible for this, am not going
to make that call.
I'm not going to let my team be the spark that has this country burn for whatever reason. Whether it be war between Teleria or an internal civil war. My team will not be the one that causes it.
And that's fair. I'm still getting my mother out.
Oh no, we haven't abandoned your mother. It's just you don't want to be.
We're trying to find different ways. We're trying not to be impulsive or do the first thing that comes, across.
It's less operating out of instinct, and you want to have a solid plan on how to survive this issue with the least amount of collateral damage as possible.
Yeah, we want to do a more covert mission, not like a come in and smash everything up and be really loud because that's what she wants to do. We feel like we wouldn't survive if we did it like that.
Best case scenario, she takes Sin's offer and is like, yeah, let's just go back to the drawing board and rethink this. But also, it kind of feels like this mission's already started. And
she's just being impulsive, I think. Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, it's more that she's had this plan for quite some time, and you guys are just the final piece to help push it over the top. And so she's going to strike now because it's the most opportune moment. She is a tactician.
How many people?
Because she's military.
How many people are there?
He's got 5 other commanders.
Yeah, there's a total of 5 commanders. Livia with her people are going to be there. You guys are a squad. And then each of the other high rollers have their own squads and specialities, which are very much based on the people that they had with them. The magic
and then we're just a wild card.
Yeah, the magic user is designed to basically keep the illusion up that nothing is happening, and then also doesn't allow any sound or anything to get out, any magical abilities to get out, no magical travel, to plan or lock down the place, so that way none of them can escape, which is a huge task in itself to not only do that, but then to maintain all of that. It's a lot of magical energy they have to expel on that. That's the outside, so all the shit on the inside can go down. You got the muscle that's there to power their way through the worst of things. You got the infiltration unit, which is designed to be ninjas and assassinate people, and then try to catch as many people off guard as possible.
Man, I don't know. It's possible. This is why we need to talk to Xavier, bro. It's possible, but we don't have enough information.
You don't?
I mean, see, that's the only thing we do know for sure is that this has been planned for.
Yes, it's a very detailed plan that does seem to have a high level of success possible, but It's also there's parts like anything where it could go off the rails.
Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
Yeah.
We are the weak. We are the weakest link. So I
Mm.
guess you're right. It is really up to us.
I mean,
If
yes
we
and no.
want to do it.
There is also this war adage of no plan survives the battlefield.
No plan
Because-
survives
That is
contact
well.
with the enemy.
Yeah.
That is another thing I can definitely tell you 100%
Mhm.
of the time is true.
And it's the thing of
And she passed that test. She got good at lying.
I want everyone to know what we're getting into
Yeah.
besides just the emotional aspect of it. Because right now, from my perspective, Wanda and Ruin are just being 100% emotionally driven. She did a very good job of being a diplomat in the sense of she managed to emotionally manipulate one of
Not wrong.
my people before I got a chance to say anything,
Yep.
and he contracted all of us whether we wanted to or not.
Facts.
That sounds familiar.
That was not by accident.
What are you talking about?
And that's one of the reasons. It's one of the reasons I was trying to hold on to the conversation, and one of the immediate reasons why I didn't say anything when I left is because I wanted to be mad at Ruin for essentially speaking out of turn, but I couldn't because I knew it was all just pure emotion from him, and he's
I mean,
not.
you can still be mad.
I still am, but I'm more frustrated than I'm disappointed.
Disappointed.
I'm not
I'm
mad.
not
I'm just
mad,
disappointed.
I'm just
Aw.
disappointed.
Dad, Sin is the team, Dad.
Which
I
makes
mean,
sense. It
his
just
mom's
puts him
not
in a.
really around.
It puts
Yeah.
him into
Because
a
his
different
mom is
position.
fine.
And at the end of the day, when the team mom comes back, whatever, there's got to be an explanation like, the fuck did you let these kids do? Look, okay, that wasn't the plan. Y'all rated, like, when you explain what you guys did, because the question will be like, so, hey, guys, what's been going on? Like, we traveled. We were on the ship. Got to be on the Skysword. Yeah. Anybody die? Well, when you say die, like, do you mean
Define die, because people like I died, and I came back because of I'm not really sure about that, but like yeah, sure, okay, Ruin might have died, but we brought him back, so he's not really technically dead anymore.
Right.
And Sin, get to the point.
The whole point where all of a sudden the bow starts to get drawn off the shoulder and gets started to get filled with the quiver, like, go ahead, yep, That whole absent-minded agreement when somebody's not listening to you and already has plotted out what's going to happen next.
I would like to approach the bench. Oh, the jury has already deliberated, and you are already found guilty. But go ahead.
Like, no, I'm just letting you play this out. Like, I'm just trying to decide on how I'm going to go about this.
You're gonna have Tolu in the background. I didn't do shit.
Like, for the record. Oh yeah, it'll be that. Whenever that does happen, that reunion's going to be great to see. Like, okay, so some things happened when you were gone.
Arrow to the spleen, just
And where's Naomi? About that.
arrow to the liver.
We haven't
Wait,
seen
is
her
that
in
gonna be
months.
before? Is that gonna be before or after Tolu ends up blasting her?
That's gonna be even more hilarious to explain that. Like, so,
Talu blew somebody up.
like,
Like, did he-
yeah.
Didn't even let her finish talking. Just
Yep, he got in her face, blowed her up, and that was it.
I would not get in her face. I have 100 feet. I have 200 feet to play with.
And let's be realistic here. We're not going to know Artemis is back until I'm sitting there doing my studying by myself, enjoying my time underneath the tree that I normally sit under at the academy. I'm just going to hear the bow draw, and it's going to be one of those, "Hi, Sin, I'm back."
Let's
Oh!
talk.
Hi. Can I have my last meal first?
Nah.
No,
Sorry, are you two beefing?
it
we
feels
beefing
good
with
not to be
Artemis?
leader. I'm sorry, Sin.
Oh no, it's just gonna be
Ugh.
that you gotta imagine it when Artemis comes back. It's like, I left you motherfuckers for a couple of months, and you somehow caused an international incident, murdered hundreds of thousands of people. The fuck is wrong with y'all?
I didn't do shit.
Our moral compass was gone. That's what.
Sir, there's an entire district of the city that would like to disagree about you not doing shit.
I'm putting that one squarely on the shoulders of that crazy bitch.
Who you voluntarily went to.
I assumed it was a teacher I could trust.
Well, you know what happens when you assume.
1,000 people died.
Yep.
Indeed.
I mean, technically, nobody knows it was me officially.
I mean, the people out there don't know. The people on the inside know. Words gets around.
Yeah. The important people know it was you. Because, remember, Celine and Sprada had to go to the king and report what the fuck just happened.
Yeah.
True, but that doesn't mean Artemis would know.
I mean,
The
you can
public
imagine
doesn't
that
know.
Artemis can assume the rest of it, because Artemis can put 2 and 2 together knowing you all.
I think,
Artemis does know you have a god killer, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
She saw what you did, the freaking damn temple, and
All right,
I
I forgot she saw that shit.
It's like, damn, not I forgot she saw that shit.
Look,
she
I'm
was there.
gonna be like Shaggy. It wasn't me.
Let me see for me about all the things, because I missed some of that. Could
Look,
the
I'm
money still returned? There is always the possibility that she doesn't accept the money being returned, or that she decides that regardless of the feelings that it needs to be gone through with, who knows how Livia might respond at that moment. It all depends.
I would just
Yeah,
say
she
Artemis
might
is another
just
charm
kill you,
person.
bro.
Also, if she's using the motive that the mother is there as a motive you to help, oh yeah. I mean, ideally, that information being passed on is very, very viable, because it gives Wanda the biggest reason to want to go regardless of what the team decides. Even if Sins does all of that stuff, it doesn't mean that Wanda's not going to still want to recklessly attempt to save her mother.
I'm gonna finish my raid real quick.
Yeah, especially after we raise all the alarms, get it called off. What happens? Oh, alarms are raised. Our very valuable prisoner needs to go elsewhere for the time being. Kind of that moment you boot in her cell door. Mom, I'm here to save you. And it closes right behind you and locks.
Yep. It's like, cool. Appreciate you coming here, especially with you being a damn peer, and this is the one place you're not supposed to be. It's like, cool, so since you're here, and you made this decision to come here, done.
Tell them what they've won, Johnny, an all expenses paid vacation.
Yep, like, cool. So since you're here and you did this now, welcome. Get real comfortable. Because you're going to be here for a while. It's an excellent way to look at stuff. It'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen?
It's just
We could die. We could die.
I mean, I would think the worst that could happen could be that Wanda ends up being sadly controlled and dominated, and all of a sudden is now sent after you all, along with Xavier, to try to kill you, or just kept as pets from now on. And then Assad has to go with a new character.
That would be a really terrible thing. Yeah, that would. I think that is worse than death.
And if you think that I don't know how to use and synergize the abilities of Xavier with Wanda, Wanda can do a lot of good burst damage. And then it's going to force a very bad part about how do you stop them without killing them. You might not be able to.
It would be a problem, bro.
Evil.
And Xavier can finally find out what Nagaji tastes like.
I'm gonna go to bed.
Hey,
I'm gonna go to bed.
Can you DM me what a Nagaji tastes like, Ace?
What does Nagaji taste like?
Tastes just like regular meat, depending on how you season it.
Yep.
I'm about to do some.
Night.
Yes.
All right,
indeed.
good night.
Good night. Good night.
See you later,
I
Alex.
need to also get this raid done and be done with this, because I have shit to do. But as always, in the words of the great Jay-Z, you could have been anywhere in the world tonight, but you chose to be here with me, so I appreciate that. Thank you, everybody, for coming out and being involved with another episode of Aegis Academy. Make sure to see us back here next week, as we'll find out the resolution of not only what's in the Shining Obelisk, the statue of General Arnestant, that Wanda apparently has a locket that could open, find out what's inside, because we all know that Ruin wants to know what the fuck was inside of there.
You damn right.
But on the downside, find out what happens with Livia Riverheart and her plot of revenge. Remember, it's a day to remember. Will Team Moonshadow get involved? Will they all turn and walk away and leave the machinations of Opara behind and wash their hands of everything? We'll find out next week, one way or another, what exactly is going to happen. So till then, we'll catch you out throughout the week with different streams, and we'll catch you on the next one. You guys are gonna love it. It's gonna be great.
You gotta text me at least what's in there. Come on.
You can wait.
You can't make me wait the whole. I can't wait the whole week.
You gonna learn.
I won't tell nobody.
You gonna.
I won't
learn.
meta.
You gonna learn today.
I've waited so patiently.
There are gonna be a hell of a lot of feels coming from Sin.
Oh, you
None of them.
And I'm gonna have to get you the rest of those song titles for the album. Straight out the Narrows.
Don't worry.
We need an album called The Big Red Button.
It'll be fine.
You wanna write a song for me? Oh, we could do it. We could feature you on a song.
With my flute?
I don't know, why not? Yeah.
I got a feeling you can make a whole song about just the day that teacher screwed up. Convinced you to...
Right?
Go ahead, just fire off a round.
Pop one off. See how it feels. Five. He's
You know, just tap into your deepest, most powerful source of magic and let loose.
Crank it to 11.
It'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen?
Well, don't ask that question no more. We know what happened.
Yup.
A bit more in rank, that's good.
Also, that would be a bad idea.
Hey, yo, Pathfinder again, we love that.
Because then everybody in the world would know that I did it.
Seriously. Like,
that's also true.
I'm trying to play the devil's advocate and think about it. Because I do agree with, I believe we've got enough power to do this, but we need a damn near, like, 95% or above success rate.
Well, not just that, you gotta remember too.
Okay.
To walk away.
Hear me out. We disguise the Skysword as another ship.
The flying Skysword. The Tellurian flagship.
I mean, I didn't say it would be easy. Okay, nope, never mind. I forgot we only have 3 hours.
Right, somehow in 3 hours, which means you also got to get Sarayu involved. You got to get them to then be able to cover the place and get it all covered up, and then be okay with all of this.
Yeah, that would take a miracle in itself.
At this point, I think our best bet is just, hey, Xavier, this is what's going on, this is what we need to do. We're kind of lost here. We're in over our heads, man. We're drowning.
What? No.
We're always in over our heads. This is nothing new.
Yeah, but this is the point of we're in over our heads, but we have the potential of bringing so many people down with us.
Also true.
Yeah.
It's not so much that you're in over your head, it's that you can put everybody else in a bad position with you.
Yeah, after the tournament and after everything else, especially after everyone chose, because Sin made it into a vote of whether he would take the leadership position or not. I think everyone either voted for me or abstained. I don't fully remember.
I believe.
Talu's the only one that didn't say shit.
Yeah.
Talu was like, Ruin was like, yeah, alright.
That having to now switch into the leadership position, there is nothing left for me to do but think of every option, and the potentials for a negative outcome just keep piling up faster than the current potential of one positive outcome. The one positive outcome being Wanda has her mother back, the household is completely disposed of, we are not connected, and we walk away at the end of the night.
And that would be if everybody rolled natural 20s all night long.
I wouldn't say you need
Because-
all that.
That's what the work
Well,
is.
I was gonna say because you gotta keep in mind, and I'm sure, and this is me going off assumptions, those people that are holding the spell to keep it in a
Stasis.
in a stasis of being separated from the world, the outside world. I'm damn sure Ace is gonna make them roll, and all it takes is one natural one for somebody in that lineup to fuck up, and then now we got Dampier running through the city.
No, that'll be fairly straight. I mean, ideally, their issue will be they'll need to roll if there's somebody that is actively interfering with them in some way. As long as nobody's interfering with them, they'll be fine. So as long as things can be contained, then you're all right. But say if the wild Dampier broke free from you all and made it out, then they could attack those spellcasters who will be busy concentrating on the spell, which could then break and shatter all the illusions, could drop the planar lock, so that means that Arcanus and all those magic users could then dimension door or teleport away. Can open up a lot of things.
True.
Because they're your first line of defense to lock the entire area down and keep it quiet.
True.
So there's things that can go wrong on every part, but it could also go exceedingly smooth also. Like they even got the schematics to know where the key people are to try to assassinate them early. Will they all succeed? Probably not, but I'll roll for all of them to see if they make it. And if they are able to do it, then hey, it works.
This bitch took Morgana.
How
I guess
did she?
the thing is,
The next point after is once this whole raid is over, we're a loose end.
Could
Oh,
be.
yeah.
We've been paid, but that's it.
That doesn't guarantee silence.
The-
That guarantees silence.
What happens when they have to drop that spell? You know there's going to be damage to that household.
Very true. I mean, I'd be
So-
shocked
I
if
mean,
there's a
we're
house
also
even standing.
quasi-famous.
Yeah, because regardless of no matter what, I'm going to step onto the battlefield. Am I just going to throw every spell level worth of a magic missile? No, I won't do any damage. I need to throw a lightning bolt. I need to throw stone discus. I need to deal damage. People are going to be thrown out windows, stabbed. There's going to be blood everywhere. There's going to be holes.
And
When
magic
this
leaves
facade...
traces.
Huh?
I was gonna say, and magic leaves traces.
Exactly. When this facade drops in a semi-destroyed manner, regardless of how destroyed it is, it was pristine last night, and something happened tonight. What happens when, there's 5 people standing here from a foreign country that could be left holding the keys and the blame?
That is quite possible.
Because, yeah,
I
money
mean,
bought our service. It did not buy our silence.
We are quasi-famous.
I mean, that
And
also
Exactly.
goes to the idea of what you know about the Riverheart family themselves. If that betrayal could be a commonplace thing for them or not.
And
Well, I would have
okay,
found
sure.
out about that when I researched them, wouldn't I?
You would have, for the most
No,
part.
I
yeah,
guess
'cause
I.
you would have known, at least from trying to find out about them, that the Riverhearts are fairly upstanding people, which is why this idea doesn't. You found out the people are more like the general in the Riverheart clan than like Livia, where they're consumed by rage and revenge.
Yeah, the general seems pretty level-headed.
The general is a man who has to play the long game for the sake of his family, because when you're the leader, you have everyone depending upon you. And Livia, unfortunately, cannot see that because of her rage at the moment. She wants to act now versus about what's best for the family 10 years from now.
Yeah.
He is concerned with immediate gratification rather than long-term survival.
Yeah.
Nice! Oh my goodness!
And like in any other roles, you eliminate one bad or one evil, all it does is make room for the next one to step up.
Because how do the Riverhearts explain, or how does any of the royal family explain Where did that entire household go? Where did an entire family of advisors disappear to in the middle of the night?
Very true, which is why they would try to have their
Yeah, we were playing
deniability.
so well too.
Yes, they have their deniability.
Which is the
We
best
came
thing.
in under the guise of the Asters. We are not the Asters. We are the Aegis Academy adventuring team number 1, Team Moonshadow.
Facts.
Yes, Aegis Academy. You think they're gonna believe that bunch of Academy students came in and wiped them out overnight?
After
They're
what
not
we've
gonna believe
done,
I
that.
mean, they might not think that you're the only ones, but if you think that they wouldn't give you that credit that Aegis Academy is basically the UA of the adventuring world. Like, the top adventurers around the world graduated from Aegis Academy. Like, they build beasts.
Well, yeah,
They hone weapons of mass destruction.
Yes.
Well,
yeah, but are we going? But are we realistically going to randomly enter the country, target and plan and execute this entire siege successfully overnight? You know what I mean? Like,
When they go to
I
ask
don't know. Maybe we're
Sparata,
suspicious, but
when they go to ask Sparata,
Wait, Diana said one.
where were your students? And he has to, by genetic fiber, explain the fact that they went to Pirates Cove and then had an unscheduled stop in Opara. That's all the belief they need that it was us.
Oh, yeah.
except for when they come and question us and see that we were actually in the Narrows at my mom's house the whole time, having tea and.
You also know what they think about the Narrows. You might as well just admit you're
No.
guilty as fuck already.
you might as well pretend you're royalty and say you're guilty.
Yeah.
Well, damn. It's like that. All right. Well, damn.
How
I
they
got
look
nothing.
at things, bruh. You gotta think about how they look at people.
I just need to leave them. That's it.
Look, I'm just interested in the fact because I feel like I know Ruin well enough that I almost guarantee that I can't reason with him.
Yes, I can.
Oh no.
But he is my best friend, and I want to. And I know Kaito has been quiet for the longest freaking time. He has been those
has.
wheels have been turning, burning rubber, and stripping.
oh, what?
He has been very quiet.
That you're probably going a mile a minute in your own head about what Ruin would do, because there is a real emotional thread that was used,
Yep.
Yeah.
and I feel Ruin.
I said
I feel-
if Finn somehow manages to talk Ruin down, he would bend to his whim.
Charm person.
Just because Sin is Ruin's best friend, he has the ability to. If it was, nothing saying against Luna, but if it was her, he immediately would have just straight up disobeyed her.
Which makes sense, is because there are different levels of that communication. If it was a video game, you have that special friendship unlock where he's willing to listen because he trusts you in that way.
Like, I can guarantee that all of
I
this
mean,
has been
if
ticking
you,
through Sin's
like-
head.
Because you have you literally wear something that Ruin has personally made for you to show his bond to you.
Yeah, you made a bracelet.
I made a bracer.
Bracelet. I consider those the same. Is there an actual difference?
Yes.
armor?
Yes.
Okay, so it is covering my whole forearm.
Have a good night,
Yes.
Ace. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Yeah, it'll
Yeah.
cover half of Ruin's forearm, but basically your whole forearm.
I'm excited to
Yeah.
chill in one of
Because,
yours as
uh,
well, too. Yes, nice to meet you.
All of this has been clicking through mine and through
And he
Sin's.
engraved literally Sin's name as well as his own into the metal parts of this bracer to establish that Sin is his best friend.
Yeah, Sin is definitely going to break down in tears because he's going to have to tell Ruin everything that he's thought, and Sin cannot logic any feasible way for this plan to be to be viable.
We could just be okay with being seen as the bad guys. I mean, we know we're not.
But being seen as the bad guys can start a war.
Yes. It's about the
Are you-
consequences
Right, and
of
I'm
what will
definitely
come
not
from
trying
it.
to do that.
Exactly.
And I'm definitely not trying to do that.
This
But if we're bad enough that we're doing this even against the wishes of our own academy, like,
I mean, we're not doing it
I
yet.
don't know,
That's what
bro.
we're trying to decide.
Let's just say it's possible.
Exactly. We're also not doing it yet. Exactly. We're also not doing it yet. I'm just spitballing here.
It's quite possible. But you also have to remember when it comes to all that, back when you were like the leader of your whole nation, would you have sacrificed one small mission for somebody that was personal for your whole nation to be at war? No.
No.
Even when you saw that your people had the chance to take out Sprata, which was an amazingly well put together and thought out tactical move in a moment where he let his ego get the best of him, you were trying to stop it from going to that level because you had already understood that it wasn't worth going to that level, because the possibility of losing means that not you lose, not your friends lose, but your entire kingdom loses. And that's all on you.
Absolutely right.
It's like, I can't risk all these people for the one thing that, while I may want it, it's not worth the risk to everybody else. And as a leader, that's the thing you always got to think about is, while I got my personal goals, what's best for the people that trust me to lead them?
That's also 100% true.
And it's a heavy one to hold on to, as Sprata has dealt with all these years, and you wonder why he's losing his shit all the time.
Right. I'm just saying that decision also ended up with me dead. And in this case, well, in Wanda's case specifically, she's not a leader of anything. She's just...
I mean, I wouldn't say that so much ended with you dead. It was more... What's the way to say it? Wasn't so much that decision ended up with you dead. It was more the way that it was set ended with your death because you couldn't get there to stop them before it became the problem. So they did with what they could do.
Things that could have been done differently, yeah.
And Sprata's very much a man of his word, and at that point he'd already lost his niece, seen people done, and after he thought of basically him offering you a last-ditch effort of friendship for the sake of you being an old ally's son, one of his oldest friend's sons, and then to basically for him to get the stab in the back, it was like, I will fucking burn this entire place to the ground my damn self. Everybody dies now. I'm gonna kill everybody now, and I'm gonna let the emotions and shit figure themselves out on the back end, because he had enough firepower to do it.
It's just like if Rowan makes it to the end of this campaign and still alive, and he finds out he's hunting people down.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a whole thing, which is gonna be hilarious to see, because people have to deal with that. Actually, now to think about it, the people that were involved with that, they're all gone, because Sprata would have been one of them, but he's already dead. He's gone because he was trying to protect them. The people that did it, a couple of them are alive, so yeah, Ruin could track them down. They're not together and they're spread out, the people that are remaining, but you could definitely track them all down, as their names would have been easy enough to know.
Shadowstar is the only one, I believe.
Shadowstar was actually on her side and working with her, so she was actually kind of sad. She looked at Avarice kind of like a sister.
I'm sorry, you're trying to hunt down Shadowstar, bro?
Anyone that was involved in Avarice's death, he's literally going to hunt down.
Wait, Avarice died?
In the future, yes. In campaign 1, Avarice dies.
Yeah, so if when Ruin finds out, if he makes it to the end of this campaign, he is going to find anyone and everyone who is involved in her death, and he's going to rip their heads clean from their body.
Bro, does that mean Talu could possibly live and be a factor in the next campaign?
Oh yeah. I'll put it to you this way. The people that survive this campaign, because it's an ongoing world, this world is set 25 years before the events in campaign.
I heard this world is, and then it cut out.
Yeah.
This world is basically a prequel that's set 25 years before the stuff that happens in the first campaign that I had Hassan and Alex in. So the people, that's why at times certain people they'll see this, them seeing them 25 years before who they became to be. So for Hassan, who had beef with Sprada all through campaign 1, him seeing him now as a headmaster in a different way, I'm sure you probably like, what the fuck was it that happened that changed you, bro? Because like this isn't the you that I was in campaign 1 with.
Yeah, this is not the same Sprado we had in campaign 1. I know. Okay, well, on some level it is.
Some of him is the same, but the Sprada that you know is very much harsher and less forgiving.
I feel like this Sprada is a few wars behind.
This Sprada is a Sprada that still has a lot of hope and belief in people.
Ruin would be 43.
Wars haven't happened yet.
Which is probably why he's gone to bat for Talu the couple times he has.
Yeah.
Ruin would be 43. Sin would be 44. And also motivated because these people have also killed Celine.
Technically, Celine died and is back in life now, but she died elsewise.
Man.
She died in the Shadowfield in trying to help basically this massive assault as the city of Whitestone was stolen and placed in the Shadowfield. And so there was a large-scale military option led by the Elven community of Hythalion to recover it, in which Hassan had actually went to Sprada to ask for their help, and he was willing to do it, but he didn't want to send all of his team into the Shadowfield because, as you can imagine, void. That's not like that shit wasn't top of his mind still. There's a reason why he doesn't fuck with the Shadowfield, but he also understood because Hassan's character was the son of his best friend growing up. It's like, I can't sit here and just watch you go into this dangerous situation and not help when I know I can. Like, if I could be that difference, how can I just sit here and be like, I can't risk it just because it's you? So he went. And Jace also went with him. And Celine, their magical transport, also went, who at the time was pregnant. Pretty pregnant. Which, shit happens. The big battle happened against what turned out to be Sprada's illegitimate son, Percival IV, same person that Alex ends up being the baby mama of later on in the campaign when he comes back. But at the middle of this big fight and him making his summons, which then eventually summoned the Hydra, as the big reveal was left out that he was Sprada's illegitimate son with Queen Vexalia, who was also there because Vox Machina, of course, was in Whitestone and had been captured. And Percy killed because he was sick of Percy shit. 25 years of him always treating him like shit and forcing him to do everything over and over and over while treating his other kids, his real kids, like normal people, made him snap. And to the point that he wanted revenge. So yeah, they went in there, they got it out. Once they found out after a really tough battle, some of their members, one of them was petrified, I remember, and another one was almost dying. They decided to use Hassan's characters as a cleric, his last plane ship, to leave Whitestone in the midst of all that battle with all of his teammates, and tried to recover and go back, and Whitestone was gone. And Sprada and Jason and them didn't show back up for another 6 months. And at that time, Celine was considered dead. But her child was still alive, which was warped and twisted by the powers of the Shadowfield. So she grew at an accelerated pace, even though she didn't mentally have that same way, and was also stupidly powerful.
Are you going to bed or
Yeah.
It was a wild shit.
Hello?
I'd say honestly that was probably okay. So at the time, it really felt like the right idea, but now it's like that was like the single decision I regret the most as a player, was leaving the Shadowfell at that moment.
Yeah. But then again, it was also one of those things that, knowing how hurt you guys were, you decided to place the people that you were responsible for, as you guys were the only way that you all could leave was your plane shift spell. And that was the last spell that you had left, and you saw an opportunity to get your friends out of there into safety.
mind you, like Sprada and them were like fresh for the fight and just arriving.
Well, no, Sprada was a bit fresh. Jace was also a little bit fresh, but Vex was hurt as shit. Because she had already been fighting.
Vex was hurt.
Oh, yeah. Vex was hurt because she was leaning on Sprada.
I don't think Celine had been injured yet at that point either.
Celine had not been injured, but she was like 8 months pregnant.
Again, that was another thing. Like, it's not even...
I know. It's the whole thing is like, you never told him to bring her, but it was also the downside of, if he's going to go, Celine wasn't going to not go with him. Like, and it's not like Jason them could tell her no. She's still stronger than both of them. So either I go and you just protect me, or I'll go and I will fuck shit up on my own. So it was very much that they wanted to protect her. And they did, for the most part. It's just the strain of doing all of that and the magic power she had to use was just too much.
Yeah, so she ended up dying, and then I brought her back a long time later, and then she hated me for it. And that was that. Yeah, that's that story.
Ideally, she felt unnatural being brought back. She didn't feel like herself, but once she was back, she also felt that responsibility that she had to keep doing the work. It's almost like if Sprada could die, it's almost a nice release from all the pressure that he's had to carry his whole life. His enhanced and long life as an elf.
Nah, boy, get back to this. Get
Right.
back to this.
Get your
work.
ass
We're
back to
still on
work. Get on the clock. Basically.
You can't clock out yet.
Nah, son, you got overtime. What mandatory, bro? You ain't even tell me. I'm telling you now.
Hey, I wasn't advised. What you think I'm doing right now?
Like, shit, motherfucking advise. Here you go. Fuck. You thought shit was sweet?
Still got a few centuries left on your shift, cuz.
Basically. Thought she was done? The fuck? Nah, bruh. Get your ass back in there and get to work. Okay, that's...
Man, I'm curious as to what Talu's drive would be that far into the future, because, like, at this point, he doesn't really have any... He has no reason to go on carrying grudges or anything at this point. And he's typically not the type to hold a grudge except against his dad right now.
Right.
Could just be famous.
I don't think he'd be famous. He's not the type.
He's more of the covert, like, hey, I'm gonna get by. I got my stuff. I don't need to be out.
I mean, ideally, I already have a picture in my head of what y'all both will be doing or where you would be at that time.
Oh, even better.
Who?
Both y'all characters in the future, if you make it through this.
Oh yeah, I would say Ruin already. If anything, he'd probably be a family man at that point. Still training fucking crazy, but
very much so. Ideally, living the same type of life you grew up with a nice cabin out in the woods somewhere, fairly isolated, with children that you teach every day the things that you learned growing up, which you would have, which Avarice would have been the one who abdicated the throne of Xanthos to be able to be there with you. Because Avarice hadn't been seen for quite some time because she has a falling out with her parents also.
As usual.
I feel like Talu's that guy that they call when shit's hitting the fan. And he's like, really? Again?
About to say, I definitely see it as one of those, depending on how many of us survive, it's definitely one of those, we'll have made our own version of the cards so we can keep in contact, and it's kind of like the one of those...
eventually figured it out.
Right.
Oh yeah. And it's one of those Ruin